Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today I will be working a bit on MonsterStone, and I hope you would like to join me. And I see you there, Argon. Hello. How are you doing today? Must be getting your morning coffee or something like that at this point of the day, I would imagine. Either that or like being up all night and sleeping in or something. I don't know. Man, my time schedule is so fucked up. It's ridiculous. I don't even know anymore. What is normal? What is life? What is the meaning of all of this? Anyways, so I actually managed to set up something really cool. Or at least I feel that it's really cool with OBS today. Which was one of the prerequisites for me wanting to actually do these development streams. I can see like this thing in the background popping up. Hold on, see if I can do something about that. I think the issue is that's basically like some color in the background and it's brighter colors, and as a result my webcam, not webcam software, but capture software for my webcam, its image processing doesn't really filter out bright colors well, because it does rely on light levels. Anyway, so the thing that I managed to do today is that, and this is gonna look, so I've got automatic scene transitions now. Let me just close that preview to not confuse you guys. So basically when I'm on either monitor, actually I need to see that, it should now automatically switch using some built-in macros, which are really cool. For the time being, I'm gonna keep in the top left up there somewhere, you can see the other monitor at any given time, and I'm basically just switching between two separate scenes to accomplish this. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Anyways, that, and I'm also be using restream chat moving like when I'm working on this, so that basically, you know, you're only seeing this, because I don't really need to do anything in OBS either, because it automatically switches the monitor over. I have been testing this a bit, so I hope it doesn't break on me. There were some things where it bugged out and it got stuck on one monitor, and I had to like do some finicky stuff to try and squish that bug. I think I fixed it, because it does some other things too, which are kind of was a little bit problematic, because I wanted it to do a hard cut between as a transition between the scenes, but that means that when I would go back to say like my talking thing or whatever, it would have switched the transition method to a hard cut to whatever that automatic macro set it to, and then it just would stay like that for every single scene. So I had to make a third macro that when I'm switching away from any of the game development things, it switches that scene transition for everything back to a global thing. But that should work now. And we'll just see how that goes. But yeah, so what have I been working on? It's been a while since I've had a look at any of the... I don't even know where to put chat. But I guess I can put it... Oh yeah, that's actually something I haven't thought about. Oh well, we'll figure that out. But I've been working on something called Wise, Audio Kinetic Wise, which is a audio engine that you can hook up with Unity and then have it process all your sounds, music, whatever like audio related things you need for your game through Audio Kinetic Wise itself. And it's non-destructive as well, meaning that you basically import a source sound and then you process it through Audio Kinetic Wise, but the source is left intact. So if you ever want to use that sound for something else, you can do that by just making a duplicate and having different settings for it. It's a little bit like I'm still learning how to use Wise, so I'm by no means an expert. And I've only worked on this for like a couple days when I've had like the mental capacity and time to do so. But I've basically been trying to implement sounds into the game for the time being and a bit of background music. And I can show you guys what that looks like. Though I do think I need to make sure I got this chat thing all right. So how did I set this up again? Let me just make sure. I've got my chat box, but where is it? Okay, so my chat box is in the right hand side of the screen. Okay. Yeah, not entirely sure on how I'm going to handle that. The main thing I was wanting to use is the restream chat, because I can keep that to be always on top, so that no matter what window I'm working in, if it's Audiokinetic wise or, you know, OBS for that matter, I can have this as a separate thing. Normally I use this when I'm playing Clone Hero, because I can have it always on top, but I can also increase the text size to make it easier for me to read things when things are distracting. But yeah, obviously I can't have the chat over here because that's where some of the Audiokinetic... and if I put you guys all the way over in the far right there, I might miss out on what you guys are saying, but I think that unfortunately is the best spot for you guys at the moment. We'll see. Maybe I can like integrate it into like some space in Unity somehow. Whatever the case, let's give you guys a brief idea on what I've been up to. Because I've got some basic sounds in and I've got some background music, but this is actually something I'm a little bit worried about now that I think about it. I have no idea how loud it is. Let me just lower the desktop audio while it starts up for good measure. Yeah, figures. It's pretty loud. Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, so I've got like a playlist of music running that it automatically switches through Audiokinetic Wise. I'll just call it Wise, that's probably easier. And that was sort of like, this is all like royalty-free stuff too, so I assume if I get like any kind of copyright claims or whatever, I call BS on that shit. I also have harvesting sounds, though they're quite loud and not exactly what I wanted to be finalized as. But that's something I should probably mention, like all of this is like whatever I can get my hands on at the moment. So sounds not necessarily final version. But I've got some harvesting sounds for the resources, at least when you click on them. Some of them are okay, but the stone and the wood are maybe... They probably need some more work. I've also got some for combat, but I don't have a lot of sounds for those, so... It's a work in progress. That being said though, I just remembered what the next thing was that I should work on. Because right now, the game just switches the track that it plays from the main menu a couple seconds after the game starts up, basically. And that's just like a test event that I'm starting here. To start the music player, just to make sure that it actually works. And that's the thing with Wise. I only have to like... I don't even have to post the event even because of how this works. I literally just have to tell it to switch state, so to speak. And that's because Audiokinetic Wise itself handles a lot of all the heavy lifting. And I'm trying to remember how this works again. So in Wise, I have... Let's see here. I've got my music player. So these are like hierarchies similar to those that you see in Unity over here. And here I have a... What's this again? This is a switch group, right? I can't even remember the names for them. Yeah, switch container. So in this switch, depending on what state I tell it to be in through Unity, it'll swap between either the music player state, if you will, or the title screen loop. So the title screen loop is music is just a track, you know. It's just the track that you hear in the main menu. And then whenever I switch state in this, actually, can I even see that? Yeah, I should be able to see that fine. I do have to keep you guys all in the corner. Sorry about that. But in here, I do have some different states. Oh, actually, I can't see that. Oh, that is annoying. See if I can get it. Yeah, I need you guys to be very small. Okay. Let me try and put you guys over in Unity somewhere. I think this might work out. Not the best, but it's hopefully okay. Anyways, so I've got my switch here, and basically, and this is also for my own sake, because I need to remind myself on how this works. You have the music player state and you have the title state, which is the default. So basically when the game starts, the default state is always going to be title, and then for Unity, I just tell it that on awake, it should trigger this ambient sound, basically. And then through a bolt macro, when I post this or send this start music player custom event here, just through my initial 5-second test thing, it changes that value to music player sound switch, which should be here, yes, which is just a variable really, which says music underscore player. So basically 5 seconds in, it changes that value, so to speak, to that, and then it starts playing at random automatically. It randomly just picks one of these various tracks in here from this list, and whenever one of these tracks is done, it automatically puts in a delay, if I remember correctly. I can't remember what that is. I think it's like a 20, it says 20 here. I don't know if that's 20 seconds delay between each song. Something I'm still learning, by the way. But basically, it automatically switches between the different tracks. And then if I want to play the main menu music again, I just need to change that that value here to that switch value, basically. Which is a weird thing, because it's like a, if I remember correctly, it's like a custom type. It's not like just a string or something. It might be internally recognized as a string for Wise, but doing it with Bolt is a little bit finicky, I found, at least so far. There might be easier ways to do it, but this is how I'm doing it. But yeah, so if you switch it over to title screen loop, then it plays the title screen music. For the current time being though, what I want to do is just that as soon as you press that new game button, at least, or like a load thing or something, it'll post that event. Well, I don't know if it's actually called post, but it'll call that, it'll trigger that custom event here. So basically, wherever I want this switch of music to happen, I need to just trigger this thing, basically, as an additive. And that way I can get rid of this testing thing here. So why don't we go ahead and actually do that? Now this is gonna be, oh yeah. So we'll have to go into my idle clicker. Oh no. This is the big one. This is the big one. Let's see here. Starting a new game, idle clicker variables, get the button. So this is a new game, but when you click on this, we want to initialize the first level. And that's what this super unit does. Don't really need to go into detail on how all this works, because it's a lot of stuff. But then the question becomes, should I do it in there? Or should I do it as a separate thing? Because I could just call the event in here, but I can also do it outside though. Because I also need to do it in the save and load super unit here, so that whenever, if you load the game, then it changes that that variable state as well. Now, if you change it from something to something, like from what it is to what it already is, it shouldn't make any issues. So it's not a problem for me to just call that event multiple times. So say you're like in a game, it's already changed, and then you load the game and then it calls the event again, and then, you know, it should just stay the same, I think. But I think, yeah, these are the buttons for saving and loading. Yes. So technically, I could say here, just add like, yeah, I've already got like a disable UI step. I could just add another one. And then let's move these down. And for now, let's actually just post that in, because that's all I need. I don't even need it to, there's no reason to put it in a super unit, which is basically just like having nested code in honesty. Basically a little bit like a function, except functions don't really exist in bolts. But now at least if I load the game, it should trigger that event. And that's all we really need to do here. Because, oh wait, no. Ah, shit, I forgot. Because this is going to trigger the event on this game object, which is the idle clicker, which is not what we want. So I need some kind of reference to the music player. Oh no. I don't have a reference to my music player. Well, let's add one, I guess. Just has to be a reference to game object. Essentially, I guess my idle clicker thing is my game manager. Like, it is the main thing that manages the bulk of everything that goes on in the game. And honestly, a lot of the stuff in there should really be split up. But it's a situation where it works right now, and I don't really want to change it if I can help it, because it's just gonna be code refactoring for no purpose at the moment. Because I'll just be spending time on just making it pretty easy to navigate. But for now, this is fine. Now, I do already have a, what was it called? Yeah, a wise section down here. So why don't we just add another one? So let's see here. What we call you? What are you called? You are called music player. And we don't need that to be a wise event. We need that to be game object reference. You. There we go. Now for Bolt to obviously, or not, it's not obvious, but for Bolt to actually see it, I do need to update my unit options. Which is the only unfortunate thing about working with Bolt, but it's basically like compiling your scripts over and over again. The benefit being that if I don't add new variables to a script, and I do most of my code in Bolt like I am doing, I don't really need to do this that often, which is another way for me to say that I don't really have to do the equivalent of compiling scripts for hours on end. Well, not hours, but you know, I don't have to wait usually a long time for that stuff. If I remember correctly, updating unit options also takes a little while the first time in your session, but we'll see. But it basically just means that it makes the variable that I just set up in the script available to Bolt itself. Thank you very much. What? Why are you complaining, Unity? Why can I not click on that? Yeah. What? That's a new one. Hmm. Kind of implies there's something in the background I can't select. Okay. Why does that not react? Great start. So why are you complaining, Unity? You have... Hmm. I mean... Doesn't seem like it says that it's not responding. Huh. I mean, I can't even check the console to see if there's something there that messed something up. Hmm. I guess the only thing I can do is close down Unity? If I'm allowed to do that, that is. Yeah, it's just not doing anything. Huh. Can I end the process at least? Yes. Well, let's try and relaunch the project then. Don't know why it would do some, like, get stuck like that. After all, the only thing that's different today than when I usually work on this is that I'm also running OBS. I don't think there's anything else really. Strange. Oh no, my Visual Studio is out of date. Oh shit. I just realized I have a T too much in there. Was that there before? It seems like it. Huh. I wonder if that was the cause. Simple typo made the unit options completely busted, maybe? Yes, it's not impossible. Well, the joys of reloading Unity. Oh, yeah. Only gets worse the bigger your project is. It's also cold outside today. It's actually raining at the moment. Wait, something wrong here. That was the wrong sleeve. Yeah, comfy. Try to be comfy while making your video game, I guess. All right, are we ready, Unity? Are we ready? I think so. Okay, let me just make sure because yeah, as expected, I didn't get a chance to save my project, so the changes we just made were undone. Oh no. Oh no. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Let's do the how I'm playing in the new game thing first then. And why can I not move you around? Unity, what are you up to today? Yep, can't move that around for some reason. Can't move anything around. What is going on today? Literally doesn't work. Okay, I guess try to rebuild the unit options then. Because maybe that's what's causing some kind of problem. I'm surprised it let me do that if the script itself was busted due to that typo. I should probably also fix some of these errors I get in the console at some point. As far as I know, it's nothing serious, because it doesn't actually affect the game itself. Just like some Unity editor related errors and stuff. I really don't want to have to deal with bolt related issues today. If we could just not do that, that would be great. Okay. I can still not move this around either. What the actual heck? I can move this around. Maybe I can move it now? Nope. Why can I not move it in here? What the heck have I done to this? Okay. Oh, okay. It's just for some reason really slow. I have a suspicion why that might be. Might be my streaming stuff. It's like making Unity itself unresponsive. Doesn't seem like I'm missing the system resources though. That's a weird one. Oh well. I mean, this is not a simple script either. Or macro or flowchart or whatever you want to call it. But I just have to hold down my mouse a little bit longer. I can work with that. So, actually, let's make a sequence. Instead of plugging it in directly. Because these two are two very different things. Oop. There we go. And we also need... Oh my god, what's happened? Why are all these things unassigned? Wait, what? Unity? What happened? Why are all these variables not assigned anymore? That's not cool. Can't even revert it because... Oh no. That's a pretty big problem. What do I do? What indeed do I do? Because that would be take forever to set up again. Why are all these not assigned? The heck? Was it literally because I fucking Alt F4'd Unity? Because it was not responding. Fuck. That's a pretty big fuck. Not exactly what I expected when I woke up this morning. Gonna be honest. Okay. How do I deal with this? Because the scene has already been saved before I managed to notice. Does that also mean that every single thing in my scene has lost all their references? The game objects, UI elements, you name it. Everything. Wow. Wow, just wow. Can I... What happens if I exit? If I open it up again, it'll still all be broken. I might have to revert to a previous version then. What was the last version that... When was the last time I did a git push? Trying to remember now. More importantly, what am I even using to do that? I don't even remember if my repository is like any sensitive information, so pardon me while I figure this shit out. Bop. Yes. Hope I can even remember my fucking password to my SSH keys. Oh, fuck. Okay. So the last push I did was in April, and we're in the 10th of May right now. Alrighty. Well then, that's lovely. I still can't believe that the fucking entire scene just got busted because of me having to Alt F4 like that. You'd imagine it would just load the previously saved state of that scene and then be fine. But literally every single game object losing all their references, like what the fuck? Absolute nuts. Boopy doop. And this is probably going to take forever because it's going to see that every single game object in that scene is like made changes to it or something. What really has me worried though is I couldn't even revert all the values to like the prefab that I have. This is not good. Come on, Source Tree, do your thing. Do your thing. Oh, we're done. I got a little bit of a slimy throat. Sorry about that. Oh well. So what do we do with this? Shit. All the prefabs were changed. All the prefabs. And the thing is, I changed them with something I needed to change. Then the question is, what about the scene? Because if I can change the scene there, the bootstrapper scene. If I can revert this one. Discard. If I say discard, it should revert it back, right? Yes. Discard those changes in particular. At least for a start, because right now it seems like it's just the trees and rocks and whatnot prefabs here that are like registered with changes. And then the idle clicker itself has also been registered with changes. Of course, the idle clicker variables have changed as well. But let's try and revert the idle clicker itself, right? Oh no, that's the macro. That's not what we want. That one is fine. I've got a bunch of wise stuff, which should be fine to keep. Okay, well, let's see what we have then. Let's see if the scene is still busted. Could be completely fucked now. Preferably it shouldn't. I can't believe that the entire thing just got wrecked like that. Because that means somehow when Unity became completely unresponsive, it changed something in the project that made it so that all those objects in that scene were missing all their references. My guess is that they got corrupted somehow because I had to alt F4 down Unity. But I guess there's one easy way to figure out if that's the case. Yes, there we go. We're back. We're back. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Okay, we got all our variables, and this is why I don't want to have to touch this thing. And this is also why I don't want to separate it all, because I've been like a real good programmer and not made proper tooltips for everything. Oh my god. And we have our music player down here, the game object. So I think all of that is good to go. Let me check my tutorial level for a second at least. Let's see here if the trees and stuff are right, as they should. Yep, okay, they seem to be okay. That means we should be fine. With emphasis on should. Cool, okay. Where were we again? So we were in the idle clicker. And I need to assign our music player. Oh, right, that doesn't exist at this point in time. Right. Okay, that's not the end of the world, at least. So I have to reset up my music player. Oh goodness. So we need an AK, actually, music player script, of course. And the music sound event was the play music type, I think. Sound, which is also in here, the music types, and then it was music player because that's what we want to switch it to. For the music, and then for the title, then it's the other one. So these are just references basically to the switch variables. Since you don't just use strings, and you seemingly, I haven't figured out a way if you can convert them just directly through bolt from a string, say, to these variables. So for the time being, I need to somehow in the script set up a reference to these and then pull them from there, basically. But we also need an AK ambient, and I don't want a rigid body because we don't need it to be environment aware because it's just background music. And we want it to trigger on awake only. And then it needs to trigger the play music event. So that when this script awakes, when we start the game, it automatically kicks in and triggers that event, or posts that event with the default value, which is just the title music, which is just fine. Don't need to do anything there. And then that should be it for that, at least. And then we want to go into idle clicker and say, here, assign music player. And I should probably say here, apply all there. Just because it's been a while, apparently. Cool, okay. So far, so good. Now that we've got our game object, reference that is, let's go in here and see if we can add it. Idle clicker music. So we do have the music player, good. Get that game object, plug it in. I do need to set that sequence up again. Don't need to, but it is probably a little bit prettier this way. Move this on to the left. There we go. So now it should, whenever we say new game, go in and call this event on that game object, which should tell the actual music player to start. Actually, it's a bad event name now that I think about it. Oh yeah, we also, that reminds me, we also need the macro. Is that what it's called again? Flow machine, yes. And here we need the music player flow machine, which is this one. Of course, this one is also reverted back, but this should not be called start music player. That's a bit misleading. Switch to music player, because that's what it does. It switches the music player from just playing the title music to playing the actual like music list or whatever. It's still not the best naming convention, but it gets the job done. There we go. And we need to copy paste this somewhere else as well, because this is only when we start a new level. We also need it on loading. Let's see here. Where do we want to do it? Guess we could do it just here, which I originally planned. Add another step to the sequence here. So the very first thing we do here is to call that event so that we make sure that the music is actually playing. Then we do some disabling of UI, and then we do the actual loading process. That should be fine. All right. Well, let's see if that at least works for now. Oop. A little bit cold for my shoulders today. I should really invest in some long-sleeved shirts or something. Yeah, so we've got the background music. Well, it did switch the music, but it didn't do anything else. Why didn't it do anything? What do we have? What happened? So here. Heh. Why did that not work? What's going on? Interesting. Also, I'm not actually completely sure that it actually played the title music now that I think about it. Also, why did it switch to a different track all of a sudden? Even though it hadn't loaded the level, and why didn't it? Yeah, because that's definitely the main menu. Oh, I have a feeling I think I know why it stopped working. Could it be? It's possible there's like some things that are not enabled that need to be enabled due to the rollback of the scene itself. Because there's like some dependence, like some, yeah, I guess it's a dependency of things to be in a certain state. And if those just don't happen, then the game gets stuck when it's trying to do a new game. But we do have the fade in, so that is working. But it's like when I click here, new game, it doesn't do the transition, and then I think that's... Is that why it's getting stuck? Because it goes through that enter thing here, right? And then enable fade set. Yeah, and then when that fade transition... I have no memory of this place. How does this work again? As I get here and I get this music switch as soon as I click the button, so we know that's working. Then how far does it get? Because the issue is that I don't get to this point, but it's also not doing stuff to the fading transition, which should be this thing here. Oh, I can see something that is maybe... No. I wonder what's causing this. Disable UI manager. What the fuck are you doing again? You don't have a flow macro for some reason. Hmm. Okay, well... Let's try and take a look at the flow macro while we're actually playing, I guess. Because my guess is that it, for some reason, doesn't do this transition, basically. This is a UI simple fade toggle that I'm referencing, yes? Enabled false. Okay, so if I forcibly enable this, then we get the loading screen at least. But it's not doing the things that it needs to do regardless. Why is this not working? Because now it still gets stuck. Why is that? Hmm. Surely it's not because I'm calling that event, right? That would be weird. Hmm. I have the weirdest feeling that reverting that scene to a previous state broke something. Because it was working fine the last time I had my project open. But now the question is where it messed up everything. Because I'm a little bit at a loss for words. Possible there's like for some reason some kind of, wait, it says type mismatch. Oh, interesting. Those references were missing. That's definitely not a good thing. Oh, hopefully that's all. Yeah, well, let's try and see if it works now. At least I'm pretty sure it's nothing to do with the sound that we just implemented. It would have been broken even without that. Well, damn it. Wasn't enough. How to go hunting, I guess. Disable UI manager. You don't have any flow? There is a disable UI flow here. Guess I just have to sort of slowly go through these and make sure they all have the references they need. Here's a fade transition. So, I mean, it does trigger the fade transition when the game starts. It's just doesn't do it later for some reason. Also sounds like they're cutting up concrete outside with some kind of saw or something. Really not pleasant. If you look at the UI canvas, does that have anything? I don't think any of these have scripts per se. No variables either. It's just a reference so that I can enable and disable the respective UIs whenever I need to. So how far did we get into the game again? Because we can click the new game button, but it doesn't really do much beyond that at the moment. Enable fade is set to false. So don't get to set loading screen or main menu active because it doesn't get that far basically. And yeah, it's supposed to increment the fade intensity up towards 1, but it just doesn't do that. So because it doesn't get towards 1, it doesn't get the condition needed in order to continue and enable those UIs. Like the loading screen and then disable the main menu. So why is that exactly? This one is basically just staying at 0 and it's not getting the enable fade to be true. Because if this gets its enable fade to be true, then it starts incrementing the intensity. And I believe the idle clicker then sets, oh, okay, when this is then 1 and it continues, then it does a fade out once it's done loading and all that stuff. Like when it gets to the next stage. So right now we click new game, but new game does not switch this to be enabled. Like it doesn't enable the fade for 1. So I guess that's the first hint at where I need to look. We press new button, new game button, and this is the initialize new level, but But. That means that I think it must be one of these. Let's see. Because this is basically like, oh, did you click something within the game and are we saving or loading? Is it blocked by UI and all that stuff? So was a valid non-UI object clicked? Enable end level UI, disable level tooltip, blah blah blah. But these are all in-game, like UI is not the main menu stuff. I would imagine that it would have been the actual button and new game button, which would be in main menu somewhere. Main menu UI, button container, and here we should have all the buttons. So here we've got the new game button. The question is, does this set, like, is this what's supposed to set the I mean, there's like one here that's missing an object, so it's possible that this button is supposed to do the dimming. Which is what I'm wondering, if I was just using the Unity's button event system or whatever the heck it's called. Because I don't see it in here anywhere, that's the thing. Because we enter, and then we go down here, remove secondary resources, clear quest list, a lot of lists. Iterate backwards for resources lit, clear, destroy. So there's nothing here that seems to trigger that fade, like enable fade to be true. And that means if it's not handled within the flow macro, it has to be handled somewhere else. And it seems to me like the obvious choice would be to do like fade transition here or something. And then you could technically do the variables here, but the thing is I don't remember if this is what I did originally. So that basically you press new game and it should enable the fade transition. Let's see. Like this one. That does nothing. What does it say? Okay, so it just references the script. if I should try and do some more source tree related changes just to get the project back to where it was, because the thing is I could try and solve this issue specifically now, but the thing is if I do that, it might not be the only thing that is broken, and it might result in me having to spend literally hours, if potentially days, who knows how long, trying to revert all of those changes to what they should be. And since, you know, I already saw that there were some references that were missing, I'm a little bit worried that it's not going to be this simple. Because here's the prefab, of course, which we did just change. Let's try and revert it. That's probably the best I can think of right now. Revert that, and preferably the scene as well. Because again, like, I guess this is technically the prefab, so changing the prefab shouldn't break the scene. And the scene should be down here, right? Because it's streaming assets and scenes, yeah. We've already tried doing this though, and it didn't revert it entirely back to a functional state, so... That being said, if this doesn't work, I know at least those two things that need to be fixed. Which were the game object references, but that doesn't exactly resolve the entirety of the issue now, does it? I click variables, that's the script. This is the macro, so those should be fine. Then there's some unit options. Well, this is just wise related stuff, isn't it? For the most part, anyway. Damn, this is annoying. I really don't want to revert back to this version because I did a lot of wise related things that I want to keep. Don't want to have to redo all the sound mixing, at least. That's like the only unfortunate thing about Bolt. It's really hard to debug if something that's not supposed to happen suddenly happens. Like this. Because right now, like, well, I guess it would happen with regular code too, but I guess it just doesn't have the potentiality to break in the same way. Then again, I guess if it's game object references, then it would have broken regardless, so... Yeah, so it says type mismatch in here again. Interestingly enough, it actually, when I select these, it does reference them. Huh. So that's a Unity bug, I guess? It kind of would have to. So my assumption now is that because those references were intact, it just spit out something weird here. Means that it wasn't really an issue. I mean, it is marked as I did do some changes in the scene, though. Well, my guess is that it's still not gonna work. Yep, doesn't do anything. Well, I guess I don't have any choice then. If I want to keep my Y stuff intact. This is gonna be a fucking pain in the ass, isn't it? So this disable UI manager, for instance, which is just missing its macro. But the thing is, there was no changes in source tree related to this. Well, actually, like, we reverted the entire scene, right? So unless it didn't revert it back properly somehow, and thus the references are just broken in some places. That would be weird though. So what happens when we start the game? Because something has to be enabling the fade on this. Question is what? Okay. Right. So if I enable fade, it goes to black. If it's disabled, it doesn't. So it's basically just like, should I fade or should I not fade? Like basically fade out. And because it starts faded in with that value, the fade intensity set to 1, then it automatically like reverts itself. That means that whatever needs to trigger this value to start fading, like enabling the fade, just doesn't do it, I guess. What happens if I look at the load button? This is the thing, this doesn't have any missing on-click references here. And when I load the game, I also need to fade out. Fade to black, because it's loading a game. Which it should be doing. Actually, what happens if I click load right now? Because it should have a save that I actually can load. Normally, if you don't have a save to load, it just doesn't do anything. If I remember. Nah, it's possible I don't have a save to load. What if we go to idle clicker and take a look? Because it would be in here. Yeah, do we have a save file? I mean, it says it has a save file, but it doesn't do any loading. It basically gets to this stage somewhere. Here, loading screen transition. Yeah, so this just doesn't... Yeah, so it gets to here and then it waits again, just like with the new game thing. Okay. Well, since there's no missing references on the actual button itself, my guess is that it has to be something else that's supposed to manage it. So maybe this disable UI manager isn't necessary. This might just be like a thing, but I don't know. Let's see. Button input toggle UI canvas. No, okay, so this is definitely not something I need. As far as I can tell, because this is like something I used for testing. Yeah, so this is just like a simple, oh, I need to test some something. So this is old stuff. Just remove that just to make sure it doesn't do weird shit. Okay, well, where do I do the whole thing with enabling the fade transition then? Because if it's not when I click on these buttons to say there, is it somewhere else? Is it, because it could be in a super unit somewhere. Like a nested thing. Oh man. I cannot remember where I'm doing that. Cursor switching. Literally just sets the cursor to like a different graphic on start. Movable objects. No typeset. Don't know what that is for, don't remember at least. What do you have? Generalized variables. Yeah, that's not relevant either. Well, assume at least that this is the only place where I'm referencing the new game button inside idle clicker itself. That would mean that it would have to be handled, like the transition, the fade transition, to be handled by the buttons individually. Which is not impossible. Then why could I not get that to work? Main menu. Main menu button UI. Well, this is what we need at least. And I mean, in here there are references that are missing. Like for instance, it's referencing the main menu UI, but it has no function. Then why is load game button, why does that not have a fade thing? Could it just have removed the references instead of making them like, you know, point towards something that doesn't exist or it can't recognize or whatever? Also, why is it referencing the main menu UI? What could you be wanting to do that? Because it could also just be like a an old thing from me testing and I just wasn't clean enough. Where do we have you? Fade transition. Well, let's try and see if I can at least get it working like this. Because simply setting the symbol fade toggle variable, all that fading to be enabled to true, right? That's what it's supposed to say. That should at least make the fade transition do its thing. This thing. But I mean, if we change it in the inspector, then it does work. Unless it's because there's that missing reference. And when I press on the new button, it doesn't actually get to do that, and that's why it doesn't work. Could that be the case? Because there's this up here. I mean, it says it's off, so I assume that it means it won't run that function. But then why does it not set this bool to true? Or is it because I'm accessing it in the wrong way, maybe? Because this is a script on the game object, which I need to change, which is enable fade. Whereas game object here is like setting it to active directly. I mean, it is active. Then why does that not get set to true? I don't understand. What am I missing here? Unless something is setting it to false immediately. Like as soon as I press the button, something else on that button press is setting it to false. But it wouldn't be in here at least. If that were the case. Could it be the idle clicker itself? I wonder. Value again. What happens if we just disconnected this? Aha. Then the fade happens. And of course now we have a little bit of an issue because, yeah, let's pause that. Okay. That means once we enter here, it immediately sets it to false. Now, why does it do that? Because the enter is up here, and then we go through all of this, yada yada, through all of these things, back up again, and then here. And then if we've got things to clear, then we clear them. And then it goes up here. Then it says it to false. Huh. Why does it set it to false? Because over here it's supposed to set it to false. Wow. So I do set it in script. Okay. It was just setting it to false then. That also tells me that on the new game button, we don't want this to happen. Just add no function. Can also remove. Can set this to none, just to make it not so confusing in the future. I also think if these are leftovers, which I suspect they probably are, then the reason is that if I want to remove these, you remove them from the bottom, and then it's like, oh, if you want to remove the top ones, you either have to like, yeah, it's an annoying way. Okay, well, not sure if this is what I want for this, or need for this to work. But it should at least set it to be enabled, and then once it's done transitioning, then like it waits until it's done transitioning and then it continues. Okay, so we got the fade. Got the new game thing. But then we get stuck somewhere else for some reason. Oh, crap. This is bad. What's the easiest way to figure... Wait, there were changes made to this script, right? But didn't I revert those? I'm trying to remember. Because the issue I'm worried about now is that if it's something like this I need to address, it could be literally like through all of my fucking macros anywhere that I'm not expecting it to, and it will cause a problem. So if I go out here, yeah, because all of these types are broken as well. I have a theory as to why this is. Well, at least so far so good. Didn't expect today to be fucking trying to revert back something that fucked up stream. Damn. Hey, okay, well, if it's due to the unit options, because I was building the unit options, right, and then it hung on me. If that is the culprit of this, maybe reverting the unit options that were built to the previous state along with the scene will revert everything to how it's supposed to be. Maybe that will do the trick. It's worth a shot, because otherwise I have to go in and set all those types in every single potentially macro flow whatever that I can think of. And then there's also the fact that it just changed random bools to be disabled or false. I wonder if that's due to the, like, it's just using the default variables for some reason, because doesn't I'm pretty, no wait, they do default to being enabled, don't they? Anyways, so what we probably want to do is we want to, that's a script, we can keep that. Generated project settings and bolt flow generated unit options, all that. I can discard that shit, including the changes we made to the macro, of course, because that is the one that currently has things that are not assigned to what they are supposed to be. So it could be because of some mismatch happening, and it's like, oh, but unit options are like this, and I don't know what to do. Let me revert back to a safe default or something. And then we probably also want to change the scene back again, to be sure that all those free aspects of the game are on the same stage. Which, if it discards them, it should revert back to like the last time before I did a push. Or after I'd done a push, rather. Sound banks can stay, everything is wise, and there's a resource prefabs, those can stay. Okay, let's try again, see if we're any better off now. Unity. I just want to implement sounds in my game. Is that too much to ask for? I don't have time for this shit. Version control and stuff. How long have I spent on this so far? Stream's been going for how long? Where's it again? There. 1 hour and 40 minutes. So basically 1.5 hours just of... Can I like just not do that? Wow, okay. My entire Unity layout is different now as well. If I remember... Let's just load the default layout. It's not exactly what I usually run with. There we go, but it's close. Now, shit, okay. First things first, let's see if idle clicker is any better off. I mean, it still says type mismatch, but that does not necessarily mean that it's problematic. Bit worried that Bolt came up and said like, oh, startup configuration thing. But that does not necessarily pose a problem yet. Of course, my layout's completely messed up now as well. Unity is very laggy right now. There we go. Okay. So, idle clicker. Are those things set to yes? Yes. Okay, that's good. That is good. So this is one of the things we were missing. All these checks that I was doing to find get component, they didn't have the right type assigned to them before. They do now. That's one major step in the right direction at least. Now the question is, this is set to be enabled. So this was supposed to be set to enable, but that also tells me that probably a lot of things could have been broken. Okay, well, let's see if the game actually works right now. And sometimes you wonder, like, how can like version control mess up a project like this when you have that many people working on it and you can just revert to another version? Well, sometimes you don't know when things went wrong. Way, we've got some gameplay. Woohoo! We're back in business. Okay. Whew. Absolute mental crisis averted. So, shall we make the music player for the third time today? I think that's what that calls for. Oof. Not sure why this still says type mismatch. I mean, I can probably drag them in, it doesn't seem like it's necessary. Apply the prefab at least. I am tempted to just go in and push the current changes to the repository. But it should be fine. I mean, at least if it breaks for some reason again, I know exactly how to revert things and what things might mess up. But it really shouldn't do that. That was like extreme. Anyways, so we need an empty game object. Call this music player. The player. We need a music player script. We need a key ambient for the music player. And we need a flow machine, which also needs to have the music player chart. Flow macro, flow graph. I don't really never understood why they have so many different names. And we need to change the event, of course, for the Wise event. Play music type. Thank you very much. We need to set up the switch references to title music and to the music player music. So they're all music, right? They're all playing music too. And then just a reference back to the event itself in case I need to post it again. And I actually need to have another event in Wise, because what this basically just does is it tells Wise to start playing music given the different conditions set up in the Switch controller. And at some point I'll need another event that tells Wise to stop playing that music if I need to be able to start and stop the music at different times. Alternatively, also say I want a different type of music during let's say like some kind of dialogue or something. When NPCs are talking, I can set up a switch that literally just switches the music into a dialogue background music option. Or I could also make it then post the event to stop music while dialogue is playing or something like that. You know, haven't figured out what I want to do there, and dialogue's still like a up in the air kind of thing. But I digress. Now we don't need any of that. And this is really all we need in this music player. Is the event. But I need this in idle clicker, so let's set that back up again. That reminds me, yes, we do have the reference to the music play in the script, so we can do that. So far so good. Now, maybe we can actually get the music and the game at the same time to work as intended. So, there, get in the sequence. And then let's also see idle clicker music. Let's see if it exists. Probably not. Yep, this is expected. So we do have to rebuild the unit options because I did revert them or update them. That was really fast. Interesting. Could it be? Do I need to... Oh, crap. Is this set up, please? Say it's... Okay, this looks... correct. Let's try and click generate from here then. I was worried because you also have to tell Bolt what like units you even wanted to build unit options for. That was also a major headache, trying to figure out how to utilize Bolt together with Wise, because whenever there's like weird ass types like these events and switches, it's not as intuitive as with script, where you just like pass a string into these things. Because in a script you just define like the switch in the script as a variable, right? As an AK switch variable or whatever it's called. And then in the script you just reference that variable whenever you want to call it. But that means that, as far as I can tell, you can't do that through Bolt directly, or at least I haven't figured out how to do that at the moment, like defining the switches within Bolt itself, which does add this extra step of me basically having to define a variable just so that I can grab it and manipulate it through Bolt. I mean, that is, generally speaking, you know, one of the Achilles heels of working with Bolt itself. And it's technically also something you probably want to do anyways, because bolt variable does have the ability to make its own variables for this component here, but they are non-serializable, meaning that it doesn't work with version control for one. So if something odd happens, which happens very frequently through my own experience at least, you just like start up your project after some kind of merge or whatever, and then all your variables in your scene are just gone. Like, they aren't just unassigned, they're just gone. So you might have spent like time defining 10 different variables of various types and such and assigning the right references, but they just don't even exist now. Isn't that nice? But yeah, the way you get around that is just to make a C# script that just contains the variables as the reference point. I did not spell idle clicker correctly, did I? No. So can we see the music playing now? Yes, we can. This is what I wanted. Because we do have to tell that script to do that now. Play sound first. Wait. Play sound first, and then go and find the game object and what else you need to do. We've already done this twice, so nothing new there. Get you, and should we just test to see? I mean, I'm fairly confident this works. I also need to change the name of it again, but switch to music player. Maybe that's more sensible. And then I can have a different, like, I could technically make this a music manager and then in here say like, oh, you know, music player switch, and then have like a similar literal copy paste of this down here, but then instead of switch to music player being the event, then it's switch to title music event, for instance, and then it just changes it to that referenced switch type here, or title instead. And then I can just call those events in here, and then it just keeps track of all the event calls that exist, I guess. So the thing is technically triggered by idle clicker, but then it's carried out by the manager. Yes. Let me copy paste you. Go into save and load. And then we just need to go over here to where we are loading. Add that third step. Would be nice if you could like add another step, but say like add it to the top. It's like a conditional formatting thing or whatever you would call it. Because that is exactly like, it's basically just running the code like from top to bottom, right? So executing it from top to bottom. That means if, for instance, it goes in here and it doesn't continue from here, it won't progress to the next steps in the sequence either. So it's literally like chain connecting these flow nodes directly to each other, but it's just a managing thing really, to try and make it a little bit more tidy. Doesn't always like make it more tidy, but at least now I know, okay, these are 3 different things that it does. Switches the music playing, it disables the UI, and then it loads the game, literally. That is at least the concept of how I'm managing my flowcharts. Flowcharts, flow macros. I don't know why I call them flowcharts, probably because there's something called flowcharts. Technically just called a macro in here. I never understood why it's a macro either, because it's just like visual code. Oh, right. I also need my lighting scene, or Where is it? Oh yeah, here somewhere. Rendering maybe? Lighting settings. And I don't want asset store, so close that. The reason why I have lighting in here is both for convenience, but also because the flowchart actually takes a significant amount of performance when you're testing a game. We got the music. Haven't implemented game options to change the audio levels yet, but that is on the to-do list. Cool. What happens if we say save? Because it should just continue playing the same track. Yes. Cool. Since it just, you know, switches this state switch to like the same. Now, with that out of the way, there's still the matter of the delay between the tracks. So there's a fade out and time down here, which is just like 2 seconds. So there's 2 seconds between each track at the moment. However, they are able to continue to playing across the switches, so it's like 2 seconds to fade in, but also 2 seconds to fade out, meaning that as one is fading in, the other one, or one is fading out, the other one is fading in, basically. So it's like a cross fade, right? Yeah, so right now the music player is just handled by Wise itself. And right, no, these fade timers, they are between the title screen music and the actual music player. And then here we have all the different tracks. However, it does also fade in and out in between tracks within the same list. So if I change this fade out time, I don't know if this actually works. Like if I need to like stop and play the game, we'll just have to listen. But I'm curious, this is one of the things I'm also learning about Wise, by the way. While we wait for that track to end, we can open up the Wise Picker. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. This is like one of the only annoying things about debugging the music, because it's like how do you do that in a good way while still sort of like getting the feel for the music? That was not 20 seconds. So my take is that that doesn't work. At least not live. I have an idea. Where can I see the duration of these in Wise? Is there a way I can see the duration of these in Wise? their duration. That must be in seconds. So rejoicing is 40 seconds long. Ah, I have an idea. I have an idea. What if we paste caverns in here? Call this test music 1, and then just copy exploration. Is that or this test music 2? My naming convention in Wise is not quite on point yet. Sorry about that. And then let's open up the actual a little bit large, isn't it? The manipulation of those tracks. So what if we just reduce the length of these test tracks to, like, should we say 5 seconds or so? 5-7 seconds doesn't really have to be on point. And then do that for test music 2 as well. Since this is a non-destructive environment, you can do that, right? That means that the actual caverns music and the exploration are untouched, you know, to what I've changed with them. But then test music 1 and 2 are basically just ultra short snippets of those. And then what I think I want, or think I should be able to do, is just disable these in the Switch controller, so that, or at least as long, it's a bit annoying because when you build the game then you have to re-enable everything and such, but for this test purpose it should be good, because then if I go in here I can see those tracks there as well. And I do have it up so that it avoids repeating the last 8 played, but I don't know if that is going to have any I don't know how Wise handles that when you only have 2 tracks. If it just doesn't, like, if it's just like, oh, I don't have any other choice than to play the same song 8 times over again. Regardless, that shouldn't be like something I should be worried about. Anyway, let's see if that works. I also haven't quite understood when you need to generate sound banks and when you don't need to. I watched like hours worth of tutorial videos that were really great at putting you into Wise, but it's like one of those things that even the one in the video, he said that generating sound banks is a bit of a it's like one of those things that you do twice whenever you test stuff and such. A little bit like with LaTeX, really, where you want to generate your documents twice if you're using bibtex and stuff, simply because otherwise sometimes your references and your index and stuff like that don't appear as they should, because it needs to be run twice. And that's just how it is. That definitely sounds more than 2 seconds. Because that's the fade out time I set. And then it only lasts for like a couple seconds and then it swaps, right? And then it takes 20 seconds before it swaps again. I wonder if this is like one of those things, because you can set Wise variables through Unity if you set it up in the right way. I just haven't tried to do something like that yet, so I don't know for sure how that, I don't remember how that works. It also seems like it just swaps between the two, even though it's set to like the last, don't repeat the last 8 tracks. Cool. Okay, well that means that if I want to basically implement some kind of delay in between each song, I just need to change this fade out time. Because even though it has like a bar that goes from from whatever to 20, like 0 to 20. You can still set it to like, okay, there is a limit. Okay, that's not good enough then. Because a minute is not exactly, I mean, a minute is a long while, but in between tracks? Not exactly what I want. So yeah, that just tells you that this is not how you're supposed to use fade out time. This is literally just for transitioning between the tracks. Okay. How would you do that then? Because I can think of one way to solve that issue is to make a script that basically pauses the tracks once it like finishes the first one. But the thing is, ideally Y should be handling that based on some kind of variable that gets passed to it. Because if it doesn't, then it won't be able to do this fade in, fade out properly. Since it has that continue to play across switches and all that stuff. I have to think about that for a moment. First though, I need to take a toilet break and I'll be right back. So let's see, what options do we have? Continue to play across switches. So I'm looking at those fade in and fade out timers. So if it has no fade in, it just like boop starts playing immediately once the previous song has faded out, I suppose. Let's see. Could also mean something else. But let's just try it out. Because it's possible that it just means that the song that is currently playing takes 2 seconds to like fade out, but the next song plays immediately before it's done fading out. I have to rebuild the sound banks. Actually, let me just try and refresh the project and see if that's enough. or if I actually have to rebuild the sound banks. Because it's like, if I remember correctly, like if you're just messing around with values that get passed from Unity to Wise, I don't know if it needs to generate sound banks. No, definitely need to, because it's still doing the 20-second delay that I had before. Well, why is it not playing anything? Is it still on the 20-second timer? Sounds like it. Yeah, it is. What? This is one of those, oh, you just need to generate the sound banks twice moments, maybe. Let's see if that does the trick. Oh, shit. I know why. I'm a dum-dum. I forgot to save the Wise project. I forgot to save the Wise project. Okay, now let's try and just refreshing it and see if that's necessary, or if that's even like gonna require a new sound bank generation. Nope, that's definitely not enough. Noted. So save, remember to save in Wise, and then generate the sound banks. That probably explains why it went so fast. Why is it still doing it for... Why is it still waiting the 20 seconds? What? What's going on here, Wise? Should be able to just generate the sound banks from within Unity. I mean, it says it's connected, so that's not the problem. And I didn't touch any of the sound banks either. What if we just say... generate sound banks from within ways? I mean, now 100% sure should have the right sound banks. Was there some other setting that I'm forgetting? Oh. There's a 20-second delay set here. Oh. Wait, so that means that... Huh. I also had that before, but I was setting it in here. How high can this go? Because that can go to 3,600 seconds. How is that, like an hour? seems like it, right? Yeah, that is an hour. Okay, I think an hour's worth of manipulatable delay is more than enough for my needs. Okay, so that means I can probably set it in here. So if I change this to, say, like 2 for now, just for the sake of testing. That also explains why generating the sound banks and all that did nothing. Okay. I still want to figure out if I can get away with not having to generate sound banks every time we change like a single variable. But for now, we're just refreshing the project. Nope. Doesn't seem like that's enough. Well, I've been proven wrong before. But let's generate the sound banks and see where we stand. Yes. Okay, so I do need to generate the sound banks. Got it. I mean, that's also just the easiest way to just consistently always just do that, I guess. Yeah, now there's like 4 seconds delay, right? Because it uses 2 seconds to transition out and 2 seconds for the next one to transition in, and then there's a 2-second delay in between those. Cool, okay, so that works. And then hopefully I can just like set the music player sequence here. Like set its delay for Unity. And then have like an option setting somewhere so that a player can just set the delay to whatever they want, right? Similar to how I can also there make something where like, oh, okay, play and stop music playing. I don't intend on implementing an entire music player into the game per se, but I mean, it would be possible. All right. Well, that's at least the background music taken care of for the time being. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Switch that back to what it used to be. Let's put in that 10-second delay right now, just for good measure's sake. Just so that I don't have constant background music playing when I'm testing the game. Which technically I do have, but I digress. Well, with that out of the way, that means I can jump on to the next thing on the menu. Because there's still more sounds that need to be implemented. Like I specifically have, well, I do have ambient sounds as well that I've been like filtering out stuff for, but where is it? Trying to remember where it was. Was it under harvesting? Yes, here. I've got this sound here that I need to implement. And it's basically just a random container that plays one sound at random whenever it gets the event posted, or at least that's how it's supposed to be working. here, this event. Whenever I post a play event for this, or post this event, and it plays that sound at random. And I need that for whenever you get secondary resources. When trees and rocks and such are destroyed. And let me try and think, where's the best place to put that? What if we take a look at a tree? For the time being. Because they don't have any flow scripts on them, no. They're literally just static objects. Well, they're not set as static, but there's a reason for why that is, because they technically move. They have the ability to move. But they don't have like they have a script on them that just contains references to stuff. But the idle clicker is what actually does any of the interactions at the moment. Which is like the most straightforward way. Is like, oh, do I click on something, and then what do I click on, and then based on what you click on, you trigger whatever you need to trigger in here. So if it is, let's see here, fire target, no. Is it a harvestable object? That's where I currently do the harvesting sounds here with wise. Well, let's see here. Are there any resources left? So if... and this is a bit counterintuitive, but... if the resources left in this tree, for instance, is not equal or less to 0, then it won't do anything. But if it is basically 0, like are there any resources left? No. That is true, there are no resources left. Then it generates the secondary resources. And let's see here. This is the destruction effect it generates, and then initialize object number, spawn secondary resources, and then let's see here. This is the type of secondary resources it should generate, and then for each of those objects, it instantiates and sets the things. So here I would want to post that event, basically. Right. And I cannot remember the thing that I need. Thing is like AK event or post event or something. See if I can get that right at least. Nah. A little bit hard to find that. Okay, so where did I use that again? Because I already used it in my idle clicker on here, actually, right? So just go over here, should be able to just nick some of my previous code. Let's see here. Here we set what kind of sound we need for the switch controller, but I don't need to do that. Right. And in this case, it posts the harvest sound event, which is located on the tree, for instance, or rock or whatever, simply because maybe I have different events for different things. Or no, actually that's not even necessary, but it's just because every single resource has their own harvest type, switch. So it switches based on what harvest type is set in there, and then it posts the event which is also referenced on those game objects. Or does it actually? No, because it gets the manual harvest. Yeah, okay, so it's weird how it works. Do I actually even need to do this? Can I just post the event directly from this game object? Should be able to. Yeah, I don't even need to have it on the idle resource manager. Huh. This is the part where I'm still learning how to use things. Because for some reason I want to play the harvest sound event, like post the event based on a reference on the resources. But in order for that to happen, I'm setting it through the idle clicker variables, which is just like, might as well just post this event on this game object. Oh, right. No, there's a reason why I can't do that. I remember now. I remember why I can't do that. I need to post the event on the game object in question, the trees and such, because otherwise the location of the sound doesn't come from the right spot. That's why I need to do it this way. Because this tells why is basically like, oh, you need to post this event from the origin of that game object. That's why I'm doing it this way. Yeah, just wrapping my head around how that works again. That also means I have to do the exact same for this over here, actually. Right. But that shouldn't be a problem, because I'm instantiating a referenced game object here. Right? Idle resource manager, secondary resource get, which is a list of referenced game objects, I think it is. Damn, it's been a while since I've messed around with these. Because these are like the idle resource managers on this tree, for instance. So in here we should have a list called secondary resources. So basically whenever this thing is broken, there's a chance that it generates secondary resources, and if it does so, then it's branches and pine needles specifically, which is other prefabs. If I go into my project here, we take a look at those prefabs. Here they are. Those are the secondary resources. Why am I not allowed to rescale this? Why am I not allowed to rescale this window? The fuck? Is it locked? No, it's not locked. But I lock this window up here. Now I can rescale it. Okay, not sure what that was all about. But basically whenever these generate, I want to play that sound. So why don't we open up this script? So it's already got a harvest sound event on it, of course. But we need another event reference here. And this one is like not set to anything right now because it gets set through the idle harvester itself. Oop. So let's add the secondary resources. What am I actually calling that? Resource spawning with 2 S's, because I'm and have been unable to spell resources correctly for the entirety of my own project. Well, here's actually spelled correctly. Oh well. Maybe I should fix that, because otherwise it just keeps getting worse. So, resource spawning sound event. What's the other one called? Harvest sound event. Yeah, the naming convention in Wise is not the best at the moment. Because it's just called resource spawning with 2 S's. It would be called secondary resources spawning. So that it's a bit more clear what it does. Play secondary resource spawning. Because then we can also call this secondary resource spawning sound event. It's a bit long, but then there's definitely no doubt about what it does. Then it's the sound event for the secondary resources spawning. I don't need a switch for it, so that should be all. All right. Save the project. Save the Wise project. Generate the sound banks, because I don't know what else. I don't think when you make events that you need to do this. I think you just need to refresh the project maybe. But it says placing the resource spawning down there, so it's got the right name and everything. Okay. So we've got our trees. We've got that secondary resource spawning. Okay. Let's make sure we do all of them. I've got all my tree prefabs in here, for instance. Now, this is a bit of a ball egg though, because I'd have to define this reference for every single prefab that I make and have made. Currently though, I haven't realized a better way of doing this, so this is just what we're going to be doing. The issue is that there's so many prefabs, and there are going to be many, many more in the future. Which means that if just one of them is missing this reference here, I need to make sure to do a null reference check at least. Just to be safe. Because otherwise that could go terribly wrong. Because if just one of these were to miss that reference, the code would probably get stuck. And who knows, even maybe the entire game might break. If I do a null reference check, at least then just the sound just won't play for that particular instance. I'm just trying to think right now if there's any need for me to do it this way. Because of course I could set it up in the script itself to automatically assign this Because normally, like, I don't even know if... Can I even do that? Can I set it to be like equals to, and then... Like basically just assign it in the script itself. Just so that it defaults to it. Don't know if that would really matter, because if I change the naming convention, then it would be a problem regardless. I also need to look at these. So do these use a different script? Yes, they do. Okay. These loot chests need the same thing for their code, basically. One thing at a time, though. But yeah, preferably, like, I don't have to do anything where, you know, you want to, unless absolutely necessary, assign the variables at start, because it just means, you know, for every time you do that, there's going to be more and more things that a computer will need to do whenever you start the game, right? Preferably, it's just like already assigned on the objects and basically baked into the prefab there. And that should be all, I wager. Hopefully. Because they're all like split into different folders right now. Hopefully I got all of them. Right. Idle clicker, back to you. And we were in harvestable object. And we had the event that we were posting ready to go. Don't need two of you. Right, and then I need to build unit options, because we need to be able to access that variable we just created. And then that would be idle resource manager. Calling it secondary resource spawning sound event. Get that. Because that's the event that we want to post. And we want to get that event from the particular game object that we're instantiating at this point. And then we can also use, and we need to post that event on that game object as well. Do I want a sequence here as well? Could do that. Put you there, and then transfer for that instead. Let's see if this actually works first. Should do, but you never know. Oh, fuck. I forgot to unload the tutorial level. That's a big no-no. I have thought about making like a script while I'm working on the game that just automatically unloads any level that's not the bootstrap level. But I don't know if that would even be safe to do. So for now, I've just been, you know, I mean, you can tell when 2 levels are loaded because the light is twice as intensive and you've got things on top of each other. There we go. Interesting. Well, that's not working as intended. Huh. Missing target object for idle resource manager secondary resource spawning sound event. Oh, is it because I don't have a AK ambient? I mean, it does have an AK game object thing, which is environment aware because you need that for the harvesting sounds. So because the harvesting sounds are working, take a look at the flow graph. Oh yeah, okay, so there's something here it's not happy about. Null. Okay. Oh, right. 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 I added the, I added it in the wrong place. That actually makes sense. I should not add this secondary resource spawning sound event in the resources themselves. I should add them to the secondary resources that actually get spawned, because that's why it was a null reference, because the game objects that get spawned, of course, are the secondary resources, and those are the ones that need to play the bloop sounds. That makes perfect sense. And that might also make it easier for me to assign them, because there's only like 5 folders to go through. Resource collectible variable. So this is where I want you paste that in there. Let's make a header so that I can separate those a bit better. I should really start using headers way more, especially in the idle clicker, because there's so many groups of variables. Like, they are grouped together, but there's just so much stuff in there. But that should do the trick. I wonder how that works, because these are moving objects. So if they move, does that mean that the sound gets distorted as they get launched out? I guess it would mean that, because it's a moving sound source. Okay, one thing at a time. There, secondary resource, that's where you are. Not music harvesting, secondary harvesting sounds. I'm not looking forward to the day where I have to somehow figure out the balance between all these resources in the game. Because right now, of course, it's all about like making the core systems work. And then I have like some initial test levels to get like a feel for it, but when I actually have to figure out the economy balancing of the game, oh my god, that's going to take so fucking long to figure out. Because it's all going to be heavily dependent on what quests I put in and what I want to do with it. Well, I'm sure I'll get there one day. Now, bolt update unit options, because we did just change 2 scripts. That also means when we open up idle clicker, it's going to complain, but that's fine. I can use this opportunity to see if my scene transitions are working still. Hey, they still are. Great. Cool. Okay. And into the idle clicker flow graph. Still in harvestable object, of course, but this is now no longer in the idle resource manager. We could probably, what was it called again? Just say play secondary. No, maybe not. Oh, that's because that's... So just secondary resource spawning sound event in resource collectible variables. There we go. And then this would be on that. And can we do a null check? We need to make sure that before we post this event, we need to make sure that that variable here that we want for the event that we want to post is not null. That makes sure at least that in case we do have an oversight somewhere where I forgot to assign the event into the, like if I make another one and it doesn't have the reference, then at least the worst that can happen is that it just doesn't play the sound. That should do the trick on that one, hopefully. Because otherwise it'll happen what we saw, where the resources go to 0, but it doesn't remove the tree, and a bunch of other weird behavior starts emerging. Oh, and we get, you know, Unity console errors. New game. I mean, it plays the sound. It's very subtle though. And yes, that is the sound. That's just me going. And then like some subtle pitch changes. It is very quiet though. But yeah, if I change it here, it doesn't immediately reflect in game, right? No. Right now it's mostly important that the sounds just play, then I can always mix it in the end. It's also so hard to figure out what volume to set it at while you don't have the option to set the volume settings. But anyways, that's at least those working for when you manually harvest stuff, which is an important distinction because I also have my auto harvesters and they also need to play the sound. So why don't we add those? since the event is on the actual, and let's actually put that in a thing here. What did we call the other block over here? Wise harvest sound. Let's call that wise secondary resource sound. Copy that block, and then we need to go back to, actually we don't need to be in idle clicker right now. We need to be inside this here, which is my harvesters. In idle harvester. Yes, okay. And this is a bit similar. It just harvests multiple things inside an area, basically. And this is to move the auto harvester. This is to initialize stuff. On trigger enter, can this harvester collected? Add it to the list, and then in an update, are there harvestable items nearby? If true, then we have a countdown, and then once all that countdown has happened, then we go in here, collect resources. And okay. I'll harvest about. Did I change this? Oh, okay. Well, one thing at a time. Because this is where the secondary resources are being spawned, so this is very much just what you saw a moment ago. Should be able to add that as another like sequence step at least for now. There we go. Add the reference to the game object, and then that should be working at least. Now, what happened here? This is idle harvest the variables, which means that this event should be on the harvester itself. I must have changed the variable names. That's probably all it is. And, oh yeah, they were in here, weren't they? So, idle harvester variables. And then it would be the auto harvest sound event. Not the switch, the event. Auto harvest sound switch. Wait, no, we need the switch. I have the event. Why do I not? What? How are these different? Oh, this one's called sound switch. Oh, okay. I see what happened there. Do I want to change it to sound switch just to make it clear? And the reason why I have those is because, oh, is it again? Not ambience, of course. It's not BG music. Is it in harvesting, maybe? Yes, auto interaction and manual interaction. I have a switch here, which switches based on whether it's combat or harvesting. Basically so that I can use these variables in like a, or the idea was to use them in like a more general sense, but I don't even think that's even necessary. Okay, it is. Right. So the thing that takes and damages enemies uses the same script for the variables, but a different flow machine. Graph, whatever. That's why. Though, instead of having a separate script for the fighting variant as well, I just use one, because everything internally on that front is the same. It just needs to deal with the variables in a different way. Right. I think I want to change those variable names. It's probably just a product of me trying to figure out how, like, it all works and trying to come up with sensible naming conventions. So, auto combat sound switch. That in there, an auto harvest sound switch. Because we're dealing with sound here. Now, I do also have a switch here called interaction type switch, and that's because it is a higher level of interaction, so it doesn't decide what sound to use, but rather what super archetype group of sounds it should select from in the next step, basically. And that's whether or not it's a manual or automatic, I believe, right? Yeah, if it's manual or automatic harvesting. Because I was basically looking at this and thinking like, okay, well, I want to use the same harvesting sounds for the auto harvesters that I use, or like at least the same system for the auto harvesters that I use for manual harvesting, to try and make it as generalized as possible and harmonious. Because in the beginning, I was implementing the auto collectors in a different way than the manual ones, and that just meant that if I continued along that path, I would have a even easier time, like, losing track. So that is at least the idea behind this approach, if you will. If it actually works, that is a completely different story. But it does tie together, like, figuring out how to use Ys as well. Because it's like, you have all these different ways that Ys can organize your different sounds, and you can tell Ys to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. But that means you need to set up these hierarchies in Ys correctly and use the correct groups you put them in, right? Because there's a difference between just putting them into a folder and then having 5 different sounds, as opposed to having them in a randomized list. And then tell it to, and then Wise just automatically, you know, picks a random sound from that. You don't have to script it manually. That is the whole point of using Wise to begin with. But anyways, that means that I need to update unit options, of course. Because we changed the names of variables. Yes. And that also means that if I go into the... So any harvester, really. My suspicion is that if we go into collect resources, this is now going to be... Yes. Okay, so this is the original name it actually had. So that is back to what it should be. Now the thing is, of course, these prefabs here, they don't have the right switches set in here. So I just have to reapply those. Ooh. Crap. Auto harvest sound switch. Auto manual. Auto combat sound switch. Ah, shit. Okay, well, what do these need to be set to? So these are the auto interactions. Got auto combat and auto harvesting, which are like in here, which itself has like a few different sounds. So basically, whenever an auto combat sound is played, it plays this swing sound, like one of free at random, and then based on another switch, it's like, okay, is it an armored, a bones related target, or is it cloth? If it's bones, it's like a skeleton, then it plays, you know, that sound along with the other one, which should be able to set up here as well. Yeah, so it's a bone target and it's combat. Okay. Didn't quite do what I thought it would do. Because it's out here, maybe? Yeah, there it is. Whereas if you switch it to armored, like metal scraping against metal, basically. You still get that swing sound, but then blended in with like a cloth or bones or something else. Okay, but that doesn't really answer my question to myself. Because which of these witches is it? So interaction type, I guess. Maybe that's what it should be then. No, because the interaction type is handled there. This tells it to be auto. Oh, okay. And in auto harvesting, I've got the same setup, but for like fish and stuff. Okay. Harvesting types. Yeah, this is why I still need to figure out a good way to name these things. Because I think that has to be wood. Because that's the sound for the auto harvesting that it should use, like this switch at least. But then I don't know for the combat for the monster harvester, because that one's dependent on what it hits. Or should be at least. Maybe I haven't fought that one through. Because that one can essentially hit multiple different targets. That's something I haven't thought about. Because the issue is that you put the auto combat thing and it's like a sphere, right? But in that sphere you can have two different target types. that need different interaction sounds. But for wood, stone, herbs, and fishing, they are all like streamlined to always just be like a wood cutting sound, a stone chopping sound, a herb gathering sound. But for monsters, it's a bit different. What would be the best solution to that? I guess it would be to make a generalized sound for auto combat specifically that then is like generally applicable to any kind of combat, which then is different from the manual harvesting sounds. It's either that or you do some weird blending with the auto combat. Because right now you've got auto combat, the swing as a separate sound, and then it chooses one of 3 different like bones, cloth, and armored. Which basically means right now you can't play, like say there's a bones and a armor target in that radius of it. You can't play those both of those sounds at the same time. But then what if you had the option of blending any different combination of these? So say play both armored and bones if those 2 were present, but then leave out cloth, whilst also playing the swing sound basically. So that you would just like merge all the different armor types to play alongside the swing sound. That could be one way to do it without needing to add another sound to the game. The thing though is if there's suddenly 5 targets of different armor types in there for one, all of a sudden you are playing 5 or 6 sounds simultaneously on top of each other, which could end just being like a auditory mess. Second of all, you would also need to filter out for all the enemies within the area every time it ticks and needs to deal damage. It needs to check every single enemy type, and then based on that, filter out which sounds to play, but still only play that sound once. Which would be a fucking nightmare. Like you can do it, but it would be a pain in the ass to make that. Okay, so based on that analysis, I would say it's probably best to just do a generalized sound, and then maybe like make it some kind of battlefield, and then like with some clinking of swords or something. Maybe that could work as like a generalized thing, and then just not think too much about it right now, because right now I can just implement it so it just does the default sounds, which is I think cloth mixed with the swing sound, and then just keep it like that for the time being, and then you know all the others should be fine because they don't need the auto combat sound switch because they don't do auto combat. Because they can keep this generalized sound that's used for manual harvesting. And the reason why I want to do this in this way as well is because I don't want the auto harvesters to play a sound for every single resource that's within their vicinity, right? I only want to play one sound every time it does a harvest so that it doesn't, you know, become 20 sounds played simultaneously, which is the same sound mixed in different like random pitches and stuff. Because that would be really, really loud and probably cause a lot of audio-based artifacting, I would assume. Not to mention probably be processor intensive too. Sound is not something you play for free. Okay, well, that's a bit of a nuisance then. Because combat types, I guess I would just set it to cloth. at the moment, because it's the switch for that stuff. And then not worry about it in the here to begin with. But I might need some better names then, though, because this is the auto harvest sound type, or auto harvest type sound. So it's like the sound for the type of auto harvester that we have, whereas the other one is generically just the sound event that it posts, which is the auto interaction sound event. So what if we change the variable names that way? Would it make sense? Auto harvest type sound switch. So not auto harvest sound type, because that would be like whether or not it is. It could be misinterpreted, I guess. Auto combat type sound for now. Might not stay this way, because if I do make a generic one, then there's only going to be one type, and that is the generic one. Still need like a reference to it, but you know, we've got to start somewhere. I don't exactly have a battlefield sound, I don't think, that I could even use at the current point in time. Because that would probably be ambience. I don't think I've got like a battlefield or anything like that. Got a crowd, and that's like crowd of people talking and laughing. Undefined. Oh yeah, those are just like weird ass things that might be useful. Not what we're looking for. And of course I've got this ambient stuff which I looked through recently, but it's just that ambience. Like dripping water and that kind of stuff. I wonder. Let's see, game development. Is it this side? Yes, it's this side. What if we say battlefield, maybe? And then we say it's definitely a sound effect and it needs to be CC0 licensed. See if there's anything. Nope. Okay, what if we just say battle? That's something. Hope this is not too loud. Just to monitor my audio for good measure. Battle sound effects. I like the arrow sound. And since these are CC0 license, I can use them for whatever I want. Okay. Okay, that's some weird stuff. RPG sound pack. Zombies, not exactly. Nah, not quite what we're going for. Nah, it's just random growling. Muffled distant explosion. Equipment clicks. Nah, not what we're going for either. Action sounds. Damn, those sound super low quality. Wet towel, club pound, hit tech sounds. It's only 2 pages when searching for battle, at least. Tiny naval battle sounds. No, not quite what we're going for. Droid speech. What if we sort of try a different word? What about war? Or anything like that? Battle at sea? War and water? Yeah, I just expect just a bunch of fucking cannons and stuff. Nope, nothing in soldiers. Female warrior cheer. What about fight? Those melee head sounds again. Fight or spell sound? Rage mode. Roar. Okay. Fighter taunts and stuff.
1, 2, arcade mode.
Okay, it's that kind of stuff. Not exactly what we're looking for either. I have a feeling that if I want something of that nature that I'm looking for, I probably might not find it on opengameart.org, or I might have to make it myself even. See if we can find something on Freesound maybe? Because if I remember correctly, this was the site you could also search for, like, if I say Battlefield and we scroll down, and where is it? CC0 Creative Commons. Sorbet tags, so all these are free to use. Okay, that's more like modern warfare stuff. Yeah. Battlefield ambience. Yeah, so that's like modern warfare again. That's not exactly what we're going for. Medieval battle. Epic sword clang.
We are the righteous.
It's like, at first I thought it was like people going like yeah in the background, but then it just like is the same tone throughout the whole thing. Viking reenactors in Denmark during their weekly practice. Yeah, you do unfortunately have that round, that rune sound, which I don't want. Distant war horn. Air cutting through the air. Or just like someone going with like a stick in front of a microphone. And a bunch of sword drawing. I mean, there was that one on the first page. The first ones, right? The synthetic stuff, you can just hear it. But I could use something like this, maybe. Obviously heavily cut down and then modified. Maybe sped up or something. Take this one. What if we use a different keyword? Okay, a lot of similar hits at least. Not exactly what we're looking for. But no, a lot of these are the exact same hits. Well, there's at least one sound. What if you spell out fight instead of war and stuff? Two shifts now sliding against each other. Nah. Tunk. Yeah, that's probably fine for now. I've at least taken a look and see what is out there. I guess this would technically be an ambient sound. Okay, well, let's let that sort of sit for now. Let's get these resource collectors working first. Now we need to change the name of this, of course. Auto harvest type sound. We need to update our unit options. Try that again. Auto harvest type sound switch. Get that. Plug that in there. So we post the event after we set the value to what kind of sound we want it to play, which of course depends on the harvester itself, right? There's the wood harvester, it needs to be a wood related sound. If it's the stone, it's the stone, and so forth. Set those up again. Eesh. And then over here, target is missing a resource collectible variables component. Right. So that needs to be that instantiated game object. Right, let's see if that works. Okay, so let's just use the wood collector as a reference. Oh yeah, I remember. I set those sounds to be lower pitch. That works. It is global though, because I haven't set it up correctly. Because what is it I need again? Because is it an AK ambient? I think it is. Or is it just AK game object? I think it's just an AK game object. AK game object. Does it not have... They don't have a rigid body, huh? Nope, they do not. They do not have a rigid body. Let me just load up the tutorial level just so I have a point of reference here. There we go. Because these trees, they do get their sounds played here, right? Yes. But the question is that working as intended? Since they don't have the AK game object either. I have a theory that that is probably something I need to fix. Bit surprised though, because I would imagine I would already have added that, so when we reverted back in the version control, I don't think that that kind of stuff would have been broken. Possible that I never implemented it fully out to begin with. Okay. Yeah, definitely just plays the sound globally. What if we... Pause the game, add rigid body. Up. Still sounds like it's global though. How did that work again? I cannot remember for the life of me. And there's like no tooltips for this, so it's like anyone's guess. Apply position offset. Nope, pretty sure it needs to be environment aware. Then it'll say like, oh yeah. Interactions between AK game object and AK environment require a rigid body component. What is the AK environment again? Okay, so that's not what we need, I don't think. A rigid body. Try and see how that works. Yeah, because it's playing the harvesting sound at the origin of the harvester itself, which should do what I want it to. Not where the trees are located. I could have sworn I had the trees working at some point, but I guess not. Yeah, because I can hear the sound at the very other end of the map. Interesting. Oh. I might have forgotten that you also have to do stuff in Wise. Let's see here. No, that's definitely set to position. But not for the... Oh, only for the secondary resources. Ah, that's why. That would explain a couple things. Yes. And the question is, do I even need that component then? Try and disable them for now. Remove them actually. I don't want to have to add anything to these if I can help it. The less complex they become, the better. Not that I intend on having more than these 5, 6 auto harvesters or how many I have. Oh shit, I might have to generate the sound banks as well. Damn it. I have a feeling that soundtrack's gonna be like, or that music's gonna be stuck in my brain before I'm done with this project. Oh, damn. Once I have some basic sounds implemented, I think the next thing should also be the audio settings menu, because I don't have any options menu that works yet. I haven't even looked at it yet. Okay. It definitely moves now. But doesn't sound quite right. I mean, it does, but it's like it's... Oh, right, I think I know why. There's no attenuation, that's the problem. It's currently just spatially aware, but there's no attenuation. So it's like, oh yeah. Although I think I need to have that AK AK, what was it again? Shoot. I've forgotten what it was called, but I need that at least. AK environment, or was it ambient? No, AK game object, that's what it was. Because it adds one at runtime. And that also means you need one. That also means you need a rigid body. At least according to Wise. But yeah, okay, so first off, the reason why in Wise this wasn't using the position before is because I had an earlier implementation, completely changed stuff, and then I forgot to set the 3D spatialization. But there's also attenuation here, which is currently set to none. Attenuation. So what if we set it to just that, and then it's just like the further away, the less volume you have. Now, I'm not a sound engineer, and as far as I've heard, this is not sufficient enough for real life attenuation because it's not like linear. I remember that much. The videos that I watched on this topic, he made like a simple example of what's sort of something you should expect at least. Oh, my sister's calling me. Be right back. All right, I should be back now. There we go. Get this stuff closed down. Sorry about that little interruption. Just because my sister was calling me, and I am going to visit my family in this weekend, so we just needed to coordinate some stuff real quick. All right. But that's not now. Anyways, let's see here. So we were working on attenuation, and we're just using this default attenuation profile so that the further away, yes, the more attenuation, or the more the sound gets attenuated, I guess you say. So let's just generate those sound banks and see how we stand. I think that might be what the rigid body is for. Don't quite understand what it needs a rigid body for, though. I mean, game objects in Unity at their base, in the base form, already has a transform. And if it's a static object, then why do you need a rigid body if there's no... Unless the sound does like some weird collision checks with the rigid body. And I'm not entirely sure I understand why they need one of those. Okay, so let's see. Can't really tell. Oh, how was it that that worked again? I'm trying to remember now. Because I think I remember in one of the videos where he went over it. You could like visualize a sphere of the attenuation. And I'm just trying to remember how that worked. Huh. Attenuation. Yeah, we've got that Michael G. Wagner. That's the guy that I was watching. Show attenuation sphere. Yeah, so I figured there was something like that, but where is the option? Taking ambient component. I mean, it doesn't have one of those. So do I really need one of these to show the attenuation? Not entirely sure. I mean, I'm not seeing any attenuation sphere, so... Hmm. Is it because I need to change some things in here? So here we have the max distance is set to 100. I think that's 100 units, by the way. And that might probably be why. Because Unity's default unit measurement is, like, distance measurement is, you know, in 1 unit equals 1 meter or something like that. But these levels are at most like, can't remember, like, it's basically like a grid, and every cell, if you will, is like a 1 by 1 meter. So this corner here is a 1 by 1 unit, right? You can technically see that in the grid. So, and each of these is what, 10 grids long? Yeah, I think so. 10 by 10. So 10, 20, 30. It's not even like, it's a little bit around 30, you know, units long. So if it's set to 100 range, it's like 3 times as far out as the level size I would have to go for it to attenuate all the way. So if that's the case, then it would probably be something along the lines of, what should we say? I mean, a range of 10 might be a bit too little as well, because it's the distance from the object's origin to the camera, after all. Let's try and set it to 20. Set it to 10 for now, and then see what it's like. Give it a listen. See what we got. I also need to remember to remove this AK ambient. Not exactly sure why I cannot see the range of this. Because if I can't get a... Oh, maybe it's because you can only see it in the game view? I didn't think about that. Though that wouldn't make much sense. You ideally want it in the scene view. Unless it's a gizmo that I need to enable. That's just me thinking out loud. And let's not have the tutorial level loaded twice. Let's try that again. Okay. I can still hear it though. Then the question becomes, is it because the auto harvest is not set up correctly? It's got its rigid body, it's got its AK game object, environment aware. I did build generate the sound banks. Huh. Yeah, and it just attenuates the output bus. from a distance of 0 to 10 units, right? It attenuates from 0 down to negative 2000 dB, which means if I'm 10, I think it was set to 20, if I was 10 units away, it just will be completely inaudible. Should be. Unless there's something I'm forgetting. People apparently talking about Unity attenuation sphere issues. Wonder what they're talking about. To load an AK ambient component in your Unity project, you would normally be able to see attenuation sphere when you choose to show attenuation sphere in current event only or all events mode. In some cases, the attenuation spheres are not displayed, especially work on French workstations. Okay. First, you have to check in your WISE project that you selected to generate XML metadata and max attenuation. Then the max attenuation distance will be able to be exported in XML data to be read by Unity WISE API. Okay. How old is this? It's actually fairly frequent, recently too. It's from 2021, huh? But that doesn't really... Is that the max distance? That is the variable that we're looking at. Okay. Distance from the emitting source, where the sound motion reaches its lowest level, the attenuation of the object remains constant beyond the max distance. Yeah, spherical boundary around the emitting source. Represented in the graph view by the last control point. Default is 100. Units are equal to WeWise distance units. WeWise distance units will match the distance units that you are using in game, for example, centimeters, meters, and so on. Okay, so that tells me that by that explanation, one Unity unit should be one WISE unit. But then why can I still hear it so far out? Why is it not working? All of these children here, they inherit that attenuation setting that I set in the parent here. So it's not because I need to set it multiple places. And I'm using the same attenuation here for both as well. So this attenuation that we see here should be active. Show game objects. What does that do? I have no clue. Hmm. Maybe I just need to generate sound banks twice? Maybe that's what it is? Because if this is not the solution, then it means that there's probably something in the wood harvester I need to do that I haven't done. And the question is what? Could be because it isn't supposed to be AK game object, but something else maybe? I guess missing a component of sorts? Because I definitely shouldn't be able to hear it all the way out here. This is more than 28 units. And it's also like the same volume regardless. Hmm. Okie dokie. So there's the AK ambient thing as well. If I remember correctly, yeah, you cannot have an AK ambient without an AK game object. That is a given. Still can't see the actual attenuation sphere though. And I just need to use simple mode as far as I know. Yeah, it's not showing the attenuation sphere in here. Are we missing something in the gizmos? Not by the looks of it. Okay. And I mean, I don't even see the outer boundaries anywhere in the distance. So either the attenuation sphere is infinite for some reason, or it just doesn't show. Or, yeah, because it's not so small that I can't see it either. Because what we see here is the sphere collider. The game object itself, and then there's like a visual element around it. This is annoying. Why you not do the thing I want you to do? I don't think I need the AK ambient anyway, because the AK ambient shouldn't be required because I'm playing the thing through a script. Like a custom script. This is just like if you want to be lazy. So why is the attenuation not working then? Do I really need to go and look into this again?
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Wagner. I teach at the Westphal College of Visual Arts and Design.
Let's see here.
Philadelphia, and on this. So the next thing we want to do is we want to attenuate, and the idea is that as we move away, we want to make sure that the gain of that object is becoming less or quieter and quieter, because it's quite frankly very possible that we have many of those attenuation. The project quickly. These 100 meter would essentially extend the entire playground, so it wouldn't actually make a whole lot of sense to do it that way. So we're going to reduce that, and let's just so that we have a better understanding of what's going on. Let's turn that to maybe 10 meters. And I now have this red line which says that the sound kind of goes from 100% down to minus 200 dB, which essentially is infinite. So it's not hearable anymore.
Yeah, we get that.
Of 10 meters. So let me just play that sound. Now I can simply double click here and I'm getting a point that I can drag. So let's do something like this. Now it's much quieter now because I'm currently more than 10 meters away. So let me move.
It's actually got the AK game object disabled.
Getting closer to the object, I'm starting to hear. And as I'm moving away, essentially I'm not hearing that anymore. Now there's actually one trick, and let me stop that game. If you want to know the distance, the sound effects, we can actually make that visible in our editor, and for that move it around a little here. This, by the way, is our little first-person controller. There's a option.
True attenuation sphere, yeah.
And if I turn that on, and I'm going to simply turn that on for all events because I currently only have one event, I'm actually going to see a sphere.
Yeah, and I'm just not seeing that one. I mean, he's in the scene view too, so why am I not seeing that?
The sound is actually played. So I can make that attenuation sphere visible.
So the thing is that is like playing the sound, so it's just the attenuation part that's not working for some reason.
The sound as you move away from the sound, and we can actually
listen to relative routing.
Now the way this is implemented in Wise is that this is done through what's called a share set, and a share set really means that this is a set of parameters that might be used across different objects. So for example, if we have a certain attenuation for that particular sound object, we might want to reuse that with another sound object, because it's quite frankly very possible that we have many of those sound sources that all behave the same way. So we want to only do that once and then reuse it. And this is implemented through shared sets. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a shared set. And there are more than one possibilities to do that. We could either go into the shared set tab here directly and create one attenuation here. But since we are already in that view, one easier way to do is simply kind of to click here, and in the selection tab we currently don't really have any attenuation we can select, so we simply say we want to create a new one, and this will also create one of those attenuation shared sets. So let's call that the box attenuation. Okay. Now, as soon as I'm doing that, I can edit that now. And let's click on the edit button, and that will open up the attenuation editor. Now, there are a couple of things we can do here, and we're actually going to spend a little bit on time on that.
Done all of this.
We see that there's a certain distance, and currently that is 100 units. Now, if you are working with Unity, be very careful about how to make sure that your units are correctly. Now, in this particular case, I think the unit that we're using is 1 meter.
I'm not really finding a solution to my problem. Because I don't even see the attenuation sphere at all. Like, it just doesn't show. Even if I change the transparency of that radius or whatever to like ridiculous amounts, and I go like really far away. What gives? What gives? What if we do something slightly different than say new empty game object, put that zero origin. So now it's just in the middle of the map. We say AK ambient, yes. Add a rigid body. And we want you to play the auto interaction event. Yeah. Which I can do from here. And the spatial part definitely works. But the attenuation does not. Hmm. I wonder, could it have something to do with the event itself? What if we went in and say, like, just generate a new fucking test event? Just so I can see if there's some kind of visual difference between these two. Oh, right. Also, that was the wrong thing. Because it's auto interaction, right? That's the event. Play auto interaction. Yeah, so this is where we're doing the thing. It inherits the attenuation settings from the parents, so that's not the problem. These two events are now the exact same. Or like generated in the same way, just at different times. It doesn't seem like there's anything at a glance here that needs adjusting, at least to allow for attenuation to happen. I'm pretty sure that's all in the audio settings. But then why is it not working? That's what I want to know. Because the default attenuation here does have all the stuff that it needs. It needs a distance and it just needs that setting here. And again, like, this is just 10 Unity units, so how do I delete that? Okay. So this is a distance of 10 units. And it matches what units you're using in the game, for example, centimeters, meters, and so on. Right? So I take that 1 unit is in fact 1 unit in here. Is that project settings? I can't even remember where you even set that. It's been such a long time. Because that's like one of the first things you want to make sure you get set in stone early on. Can affect everything. Let's see here. Unity unit settings. Unit size. Yeah, 1 unit's equal 1 meters. So it doesn't matter if it's like what scale it is. Why does this not just work out of the box? That would be so much more convenient. But they mention preferences though. I cannot remember where the unit options are. But still, it doesn't make any sense because I can't even see the sphere to begin with. Which tells me that something else must be going wrong. But what? Exactly. I mean, I do have this Unity specific error. It says AK sound engine found at assets, wise deployment. There's a plugin thing. Profile AK sound engine.dll. What's the difference here? Assets, yeah, wise, yes. Oh, so one says deployment, the other one says API. Don't think that's relevant because if that was a problem, I assume other things would be breaking too. How the fuck do I continue from here? Right now I just got like a game object and it's not doing the attenuation. I've done everything that I understand that I need to do, but why is it not doing the attenuation then? Ah. These are just my audio buses, which I can use to mix the audio later when I want to make game options settings. This is fucking driving me nuts. Why is it not just working? The weird thing is that if it's because the value is too low, or sorry, too high. No, yeah, too low, and that's why I can't see the sphere because it's so small. Then I wouldn't be able to hear the sound either. But that's not the case. I can hear the sound, but I can't see the sphere for some reason. But that could tell me that the sphere is just so large that it's so far out that I just can't see it because it gets... Yeah, it just doesn't show. I like change the color and everything, but it just doesn't show for some reason. Most importantly, the attenuation still doesn't work. What do you... How do you debug this? Why is attenuation not working? I mean, it just isn't working. Okay, ambient inconsistent attenuation in Unity. Relocalize sound sources, blah, blah, blah. Hmm. Where do we go from here? Hmm. What is the default listen again? I think that's the camera controller, right? Yeah, so I've got my AK audio listener on the camera, which is the default. And this has a rigid body too. I don't get it. Like I'm like really far away. And it's still playing at maximum volume. There's like not even a hint of any attenuation at the moment. So why is it not working? Why is it not fucking working? This is the auto interaction event, yes, and it plays the auto interaction target, yes. And that's all there is to it. It just plays that sound under the audio tab. And then that auto interaction has its attenuation settings, which it inherits from the interaction method, which is set to the default attenuation. Don't tell me it's because I fucking called it default attenuation and it gets confused. Because if that's the case, then that would be fucking stupid. What if we just call it generic attenuation then? That is definitely its own thing now. Custom. Why does it say custom in parentheses now? Oh, okay, define custom use share. Okay. I mean, I don't want cone attenuation either. It's spherical. Don't know what the show game objects thing is. Don't know what that does. Should be able to also test it in here, right? So this is the auto interaction, right? So it's working in Wise. I mean, I can see that by just testing it, right? Down here, it's basically inaudible. I mean, the attenuation is working in Wise, but then why is it not working in Unity? And the only thing I can think of is that it's not generating the sound banks, but I mean, I've done that a billion times at this point, so what gives? Oh my god, something happened. Why did it work? I have no idea. I literally just generated the sound banks twice back to back. That is the only thing I did. But I thought I'd already tried that. Can you hear that? Exactly, you can't. Yeah, so now when you're at the very edge of this sphere, well, there's no edge on the sphere, but at the very boundaries, I mean, you can just barely hear the sound. So if we take our tutorial level now on this game object, this is test game object, you can see how close you would need to be if it's just 10 units. Right. Left. Does that mean it works now? Let's give it a spin. Do we have attenuation? Makes me think of the other day when I told one of my friends that I'd spent the entire day implementing like background music. He was like, that's all you did today? I was like, yeah. Got any idea how long that takes to implement? Sure, I didn't make the sounds, but you still have to implement it, which takes a long time. It fucking works. It just works. Okay. Progress. It only took like, what, almost an hour of trying to get it to work, but it works. Okay, well, that means I can actually start adjusting this. I think 10 is a bit too short, because after all, it is attenuation, right? So right now, when you're about like already, you know, almost at the edge of where it's even audible, it's already very, very quiet. And since it needs to be within the range of the camera in order to be audible to begin with, we need to make sure that, you know, that actually like a fitting range. Hopefully generating those sound banks twice is the trick that I needed to do. Just adding to the pile of things that you just need to get programmed into your workflow. All right. Still very quiet. It doesn't feel like it changed. That's the thing I can say right away. It doesn't feel like it changed. Ah, god fucking damn it. But the thing is, did it or did it not? It did not change. Did I not? I did not fucking save the project. It's thinking about it. It's definitely thinking about it this time. Okay. Could it seriously be that I forgot to save the Wise project? I fucking Control S like every 2 minutes. This might be a bit too much though. Maybe 20 is around what I should want it to. I might end up setting different attenuations up for the various sound sources. I'm gonna be so mad. I have a feeling it's just because I needed to save the... No? Yes? Yes. I guess I just didn't save the Wise project earlier. Oh well. I would wish that it wasn't required for you to save the entire Wise project every time you want changes to apply. And then, you know, when you save either, well, in Unity, it would also save those changes made to the Wise project. But the thing is, the Wise project and Unity are two different things that work together, like by communicating across the two platforms or two systems, right? So I guess that's why it works that way it is, because it's not using the Unity game engine sound systems, right? It's Wise, it's their own thing. That's probably why it is like that. I need a macro that does it so that whenever I save the Unity project, it saves the Wise project. Because I don't think there's really any instance where I don't want that to happen. There might be instances where I want to save the Wise project without saving the Unity project, though. That is much better. Yeah. So like when you're very close, you know, it's pretty, like you can hear it. But, you know, as soon as you're like far away, you have this sort of hint that it's there, but it's not super dominating. That also helps a bit on the sound effects. Now that there's attenuation, because they were a little bit loud, right? Because they were always on the same volume level. And I can also adjust the audio levels and the attenuation and all that later. The main thing is just that the attenuation is actually working now. That's another one off the list. And it did seem like it also was working for the secondary resources, which it should just do out of the box, because if we go to the Unity, the Wise project, they are all in here as well. So that's all Gucci. Let me see, is there anything else that we can manage before the end of the day? I guess I can just keep that as my attenuation tester. And just have that disabled as a game object. Because I also want to do UI related sounds. But I haven't actually imported any of the sounds into my Wise project yet. I do have some sounds that I have filtered though. I want to select from... If we go to sounds raw, sounds filtered, SFX. And then there should be one that's called, yes, UI. We've got all these like button sounds and switch sounds and stuff. Yeah, so I think I want to use this as like a save sound. And this is like a you've loaded the game sound. And then use that as a transition between like title screen music into level music. I don't know yet, because every time you load the game it would say play that sound basically then. I've also got all these inventory sounds. Which are like good for moving things around in UI. Hmm. I really like this sound. This sounds pretty good. I might also be able to use this 46 one. Let's go over here into Wise and then make a new virtual folder. Let's call that GUI? UI, just like the main primary container for that. And then make another child in there, which would be... Let's do a random container. And then say... button highlights. And I don't know if I want to do a random container, but let's do one for now. Button click. So I want to use this for the button highlight. Import that. And then when you drag and drop it from like a folder or whatever into Wise and do the import, it automatically stores the raw sound effect in the Wise project. That's how it does the non-destructive part. And that also means I can reuse that one sound literally anywhere in the project in different ways. Hey Selfire, welcome too. Good to see you. How you doing today? It was this sound. Use that for button click. It's a bit of a special stream today. Well, special. I've gotten back into game development mode and just been trying out my stream setup for the game development today. It's for your job thing? Job thing? I mean, what do you mean job thing? This is for my game, the game that I'm developing. Oh yeah, yes. Yes, indeed. The business plan thing, for the company thing, for the... I want to try and release my own video game thing. Indeed, it is. I am working on implementing sound in it. Just working on it at the moment, go towards it. Yeah, I guess you can say so. It's not really like... It's just when you say job thing. I mean, it's not because I'm employed by someone. But yeah, I think we both understand each other. Right now I'm trying to make some UI sounds. This should probably be fine, just as a test. Let's make a event, play event. With this play button click. And one for the highlight, play button highlight. Yeah, I've set up some like I found like a plugin for OBS today, so I'm testing out, and it seems to be working fine. But basically, like it automatically switches to a scene whenever I'm moving my mouse from one screen to the other. What do you think? Does it work fine? I mean, it works, but does it look nice? Is there some things I can try and make it work better? I still have the, up in the top left, the other monitor that's currently not in focus, just for the time being. But I could technically remove that now. I also have... oh, thank you very much. Always look nice down in the corner here. Yeah, I also have the restream chat here right now because that's... since I'm using both monitors for game development and don't have a third for the chat, I needed some solution to have chat always on top. So unfortunately that does mean that, you know, the chat overlay happens twice when I'm on the primary monitor. I could technically remove the chat overlay when I'm on the primary monitor and then just keep it to use the on-screen one, but You thought OBS changed without an add-on? As far as I know, this is what you need a macro for. I don't recall. I have no recollection. To be quite honest. Let's put those events into a UI folder here for the events as well. But regardless, I think this is definitely pretty good because it's definitely better than having the second monitor always be in the top left and just be like super small and not be able to see what's going on. This is something I'm pretty happy with. It was a little bit of a pain to set up because you have to like in the macro you have to configure basically the conditions for when it needs to do things, and that involves like, oh, okay, within this area of the desktop space that you have pixel wise is something you have to set up. But then also like you have to define what transition you want to use when in this mode, and when it should do these things as well, like only when it's in these development scenes, for instance, so it doesn't automatically, you know, swap out when it's on any of the other ones. And the transition was a little bit annoying because whenever it changes the transition or transitions in this with this way, it overrides the transition for every other scene in OBS. So I actually had to make a third macro that detects whenever I am not in these development scenes and then reverts the transition settings back to what they're supposed to be for all the other scenes, which is like that swiping thing. Because I don't want the swiping effect here because, you know, I interchange between the monitors quite frequently and it would just, you know, I want it to be snappy. So I was very happy with that. Also almost had a mental breakdown today because the game just didn't work due to some issue I ran into. It took me like multiple hours to figure out. It was not fun. Definitely not fun. But I've got some sounds working now. I spent like the last hour figuring out how attenuation works. Got that working too. Yeah, it's going forward. Why no fun? Because basically it broke everything. and I had no idea where it broke things. So for instance, in this game object here, all these I can explain why, but basically like all these references to game objects and scripts and whatnot, yeah, they were just missing. And not only in there, once I finally got that resolved through my version control software, but also inside these flow graphs, I had cases where these code blocks, if you will, or whatever, they were reverting back to the default settings for every single thing, meaning that in some places where you set a bool to be either true or false, it would just default to be false. In some instances, references to like type checks on a get component or whatever, it would also just be missing that setting like all over the place. So I was sitting at the cusp of having to roll back all the Y stuff I had done over the last week, which was not fun. And it all happened because Unity was hanging at some point, and I had to basically force shut down it through Task Manager in order to shut it down, because I couldn't interact with Unity. I couldn't even open the console. And I don't know exactly what broke it, but it had something to do with building the unit options and a script having a single typo in it. So that's when it triggered. Whether that is what triggered it, I don't know. That is a completely different story. Yeah, like the entire game, you couldn't even press new game and play. So fortunately, I use a source tree for version control, so I could just go in and say, hey, discard the changes to this scene and these game objects. And after a bit of trial and error, figuring out which ones I had to discard changes for, yes, they reverted back to a previous version of them. But fortunately, I hadn't made many changes, which I could easily, redo rather quickly. So I didn't have to redo all the Y stuff. But it took like a while to figure out how to do that. And so, it was a pain. Undo to yesterday? Not exactly. I undid to like last month for those files potentially. Or rather, more likely to today actually, because I hadn't touched those. I also had to undo the scene, but that was not a massive headache either. So, because even though it's a long time, I haven't worked too much on the project since, so it's all good. It's all good. Sounds easy fix. It was an easy fix. It was just a lot of trial and error to find that easy fix, which it usually is. Oh yeah, these options buttons are not doing anything. Can I do a Yeah, these are on click events. How would I figure that out? I want to do a sound effect whenever you're hovering over something. Like a button. So now I make new version often? I'm living on the edge, I guess. I am living on the edge. I haven't pushed to the repository today. I mean, it was also like I haven't experienced that issue before, so to speak. That was very new to me, so it caught me off surprise. to be quite honest with you. Trying to remember how buttons work. Is you're not scary enough? No, it's just like as one of my friends put it, real men don't take backups, but they cry a lot. Definitely cry a lot. Unbutton click. Let me see here. Events. On pointer enter. Called when the pointer enters the GUI element. Make backups all of the time, all over the place. I actually have some really old hard drives from years ago that I have no idea what's on as well, because I never wipe my drives just because you know, maybe you forgot to move something over. I've never gone back to an old drive to move more stuff because I usually get it in the first try, but there's the potentiality that there's some like really old stuff that I completely had forgotten about on some of those drives. But in events GUI, oh, because that is a GUI event. Really? Just trying to like remember how and which options I have. Yeah, so that's on the button click thing. So if we want to play a sound when we click on a particular button, I can just check for this, like play the sounds here. Either that, or I could do it on the buttons themselves and set it up per button, I suppose. But I don't know what would be easier, because if I do it on the buttons themselves, I need a reference to what sound each button should play on every single button, which means I need a button script to contain those variables. Alternatively, I could put it on the idle clicker, but that might also get really messy. Wouldn't sound on hover on button be annoying? I mean, it's just like a hover onto the button. It's not while you're hovering on it. It's to give you some feedback that you're actually, you know, on the button. A lot of games do this, so I don't see why it should be annoying. I mean, we can try it out and see what it sounds like, but I first need to implement it. So the idle clicker already has a reference to all the buttons, which means I can technically do all this from the idle clicker, which is the benefit of doing it here. And I think I only need like a generic button click and highlight sound. So just need a reference to either of those events, really, on the idle clicker, which wouldn't be the worst. Never noticed. Well, that's probably why. That probably explains that it says that then having it is not annoying. Because it's very subtle. Well, why don't we go into idle clicker and add those then into this big script. And these are not switches, these are the events. I will need 2 of them. Button, lick, sound event. And then we need a button highlight sound events. That being said, though, right now there are some sounds that might be a bit annoying because they're not fully like mixed and edited and whatnot. There are some sounds I'm definitely not super happy with. So at the moment it's more a focus on implementing the sound events and then using temporary sounds for the time being, which might end up being permanent. Don't know that yet. That's why I'm sticking to CC0 license stuff, because that allows me to keep them if, you know, I ever don't get to the point of finalizing it. But the idea is to put them temporarily in so that the framework for all the sounds is there, like all the functionality, all the code is working. And then if and when the time is right, have someone who is actually a, you know, sound engineer or at least within the field capable of actually making professionally made sound for it. So that, you know, the sound can be tested immediately and just replace the generic ones. Or not generic, but, you know, placeholder sounds. Because that's one thing I can not really do. I mean, I know how to record and edit and make Foley sounds essentially and mix them together and such, but when it comes to actually sound space and such, I'm a little bit more rusty. Enough button noises. Bedtime for you. Alright, Selfie. Yeah, I was like surprised to see you this hour. But thanks for dropping by before going to bed anyway. The plan is to do these development streams throughout the week while I'm working on the game. Thank you very much. So you'll have plenty of opportunity to come and catch a stream if I can keep this trend at least. I think it's part of that old message implying that you might be tired. Have you thought about that? That's at least what I would suspect. Button click and button highlight. Do it in work and emails too. Huh. Bad habit, I guess. Button click sound event. Get that's a sound event we want. And because I still cannot remember the post event thing, I'm gonna go and look at it. Wait, couldn't I just have gotten it from here? No, right, because that's not... I'm not posting an event in there. I want to be lazy. This is what I need. Oh yeah, we weren't even... Right, were we even in this? Wait, what flow was I in? Surely I was in idle clicker? I think so. Where is it again? Building UI. Save and load. Cursor switching movable objects, initialize general variables. Oh right, I was just in the save and load. Just because we have the save load buttons in here. Okie dokie. And then this is not the event that we need. We need this click event that we want to post. And where do we want to post that event again? I mean, we could technically post it on idle clicker itself, I think. Can I say the save game button and the load game button? Let's do it on the load game button. So when the pointer enters the load game button game objects area, we want to run a null check on this thing to make sure that this is, I mean, this is never going to be null, but might as well keep that, I guess. I mean, preferably not. If it's null, that just means that I forgot to assign it. And then it won't spew out an error if I have a null check telling me that something's wrong. Then it's just like not gonna do anything, which could be bad. Here you would do like a debug log, like, hey, you're missing this thing. But I mean, not doing a null check would do the same. Tell you that you have a null reference exception here, and then it'll highlight in red. Anyways, so post the event, but do I want to do that? Preferably not on the buttons. I don't see any reason to do localized, like spatial audio anyway either, because it's all like on screen, so I don't even know how that would work. Because theoretically UI is like in the world space, so it would probably be best to keep those global sounds. If that's the case, I might just as well post the event to the idle clicker itself, but that means we need a an AK what was it again? Still don't remember. Not ambient. AK game object on this, which means that it also needs a rigid body. Actually, it doesn't, because it doesn't need to be environment aware. It just needs the AK game object, which it has now, so then I should just be able to post it to itself. We go back into here, and then we just type in self, because it's not implied that in bold that if you're not assigning any game object, which then it's not, it doesn't know what to do. You have to tell it to do it to itself. Transform.gameObject is essentially what that means. Now, that means it should post the event whenever. That's the button click sound. Oh, that's actually the wrong event. Button highlight. Damn it. There it is. The highlight sound I need. Okay. And it's only on the load button right now. And this is whenever the pointer enters, and only when enters. Hopefully this works. First try. I haven't mixed the audio, so it might be really loud. We'll see. If it is playing, I cannot hear it. Ah, that's because it's the wrong button. Well, at least that's part of the problem. Still not doing the thing, though. Yeah, might have to do it as a coroutine regardless, but that didn't do the trick either. And it doesn't even enter the null check, because I would be able to see that. Huh, okay. What else do we have? Yeah, it should just be on pointer ender. Well, when the pointer enters the GUI element, target the game object that listens for the event. Okay, we're gonna listen for the event, yeah. Okay. It would be this load game button here. It's got a rec transform. I mean, you can click the button, so what gives? Because as soon as I click it, then the event down here on button click's gonna fire. But for some reason it does not do it when I hover over it, and why would that be? See here, Unity on pointer enter. Because that's probably the same thing. Yes. What do we have? That was also very quiet, but that's that's because I have to. I've decided to tune my desktop audio down so that you guys don't get your ears blasted while I'm working on sound. Hello, Toto. How you doing? I'm trying to figure out how this works. Well, when am I not? Unpointer ender. Here we go again. Yes. Indeed. You have way too much drag. Oh no. You have way too much drag. Way too much. On mouse over. This is called every time you're on mouse enter into the GUI element or collide. Oh, so this is different than the pointer. What's the difference between pointer and mouse? Never enough drag. Toto, you've got like 80,000 or something. What do you mean, never enough? Yeah, I did a bit of math, just like I did write that to you, so you already know. But yeah, I did a bit of math on it, and what you have right now should be about accurate. Because yeah, I think you've most definitely used more sound bites than Ammo has. And this is why I changed the volume of this. Yeah, okay. There we go. Oh fuck, that's not what I was supposed to do. We're not gonna start a new game. We're testing UI buttons on mouse enter. Hopefully this works, because that would save me a lot of headache trying to figure it out. Got some sounds implemented today, Toto, but damn, it's been like a lot of debugging, trying to figure shit out. Yeah, I do want to make these like a common weekday thing from like Tuesdays to Thursdays, pretty much. It still doesn't do anything. Because that is definitely the right button, right? Load game button. Load game button. What other events do we have? Because this was under input, right? What if I just do on button down, right? Call when the users press the mouse button while over the GUI element or collider. No. I cannot hear anything. Question is if it's because the music is just really loud. You're surprised it worked so well on me? Huh. Oh, would you look at that? Almost think I was a nerd. Nerd. Starting to wonder if I need to set things up in Wise that I forgot about too. Because this is what we should be hearing when hovering over the buttons, but it doesn't, so something's wrong. Try and go to the sound banks. Ambience, BG music, harvesting. Oh, the UI sounds were not being sent along. That's interesting. The events were not all there, but somehow that was still working. Well, let's see. See what we get. Also, I have my obligatory an infinite can that is pretty much empty. Okay, so I mean, if we're not even able to play sounds because they weren't in the sound banks, that's a problem. So maybe we should make sure that we can even hear the sounds. How do you like my automatic scene transition setup, by the way, Toto? Don't know if you noticed. Okay, the sound is playing now, but only when I press space. That tells me that if I get the hovering thing working, then can actually empty. That might break fragment of reality. Only almost. Then again, I've been streaming for, what does the timer say? 5 hours. So, yeah, it's empty. A little bit confounded about this. Do I have any examples in Bolt that does what I want to do is the question now. On mouse input, so this is when you're clicking on things. Should be easy to spot because they would be green if they do exist. But I don't think I've used like an unhover on UI thing. It's all like been click based so far. And the only reason why the UI, the buttons, they sort of get darkened is because of the buttons themselves have a setting for that. There's this color tint feature here. I wonder. This is in the UI layer. Because I'm wondering if it's not detecting the hovering over UI thing because it's basically not aligning with it. Raycast from screen point to scene. Was a valid non-UI object clicked? Just trying to see what's going on here because it's blocked by UI. Where does this get set? Because I remember there was like Unity UI is a bit finicky, and I remember there was like some hacky shit I had to do at some earlier point in order for me to detect whether or not I was clicking on UI that was blocking or not. I've got a UI super unit here called blocking UI. What does this do? Every fixed update. Oh dear. Pointer event data new. Using the mouse position, raycast. Then this essentially, I guess, detects it's blocked by UI. There's a bunch of weird ass shit in here. Canvas graphic raycaster results. But unless I did some really weird ass fucky wucky stuff somewhere else, I shouldn't have to even do that. So why why is the hover on thing not even working? Because not on pointer ender and not on mouse ender, neither of these are working, even though they're supposed to be called whenever a GUI a mouse enters the GUI element or collider, which these should have GUI colliders, right? Well, maybe that is the problem, they don't. Oh, that is probably what it is. Huh. Right, because don't they need like a 2D collider in order for that? That was the load game button as well. Let's set this up as a trigger. That could be the reason. And if that is, I can get into reasons as to why that is. And how I've been able to do all this without. No. That is not enough. Nope. Let me just make sure. I don't actually see the collider on here. Do they need rigid bodies as well for this to work? Rigid body 2D maybe? Oh shit, it's fuck. Oh shit, it's dropping. Shit. Where is it? Gravity. Crap. The button just noped out of there. I mean, I just want to freeze X, Y, and Z. Button is kind of far away now. Like, all the way down. Shit. How do I get you back up again? I can't edit that directly. Just like fucking slowly slide it out of there. Okay, let's try that first and then freeze X and Y. Simulate the body to be simulated. If not, it is effectively hidden from the simulation. Okay. Kinematic static. Just need a static object. That's the thing I couldn't find in while I was freaking out. It was like moving away. Okay. That being said though, we still have to figure out if it's actually got a collider there. It doesn't seem like it has one. But my guess is that it needs a collider in order for these collisions to take place. Oh, there we go. I mean, it's got a collider now, but still no sound. So maybe that is not the answer. Okay, well, Do this when the cursor enters the direct area of the selectable UI object. Cursor entered the selectable UI element. Yeah, figured. So as long as it has a rect, it doesn't need a collider. Acquired interface when using the on-pointer enter method. Of course, this is a C# script example, so that's not what I'm using. Whatever the case, I don't think I need a box collider and all that. Besides, I mean, this button thing here is what makes it tint and all that stuff. I mean, that is working. As far as I know, that also uses the rect anyway. But why is it not doing it on this? Oh. Okay, so on mouse enter does not work because probably that's what something collision based GUI related, but on pointer works now after hooking it up to the actual referenced object. Maybe it wasn't hooked up correctly before, or it was and it was not able to play the sound because there was no sound. You got one sound whenever we hover over that particular button right now. Oh. We don't need that. Let's rename this as well. Wise. I do want to preface all these with wise. Button highlight. Sound. And let's also expand that a little bit so that it's all in the same thing. Then we should be able to just copy and pasta this. Yeah. Is there a good way to do this? Because I did just realize something. Because I want to reuse this code in the right-hand side of this. And in theory, I could do this. Okay. And do another, like we'll need multiple on pointer enter events. Which then need to somehow, like, you know, run the flow through there. But then for whenever we're hovering over all the other buttons. But the thing is, if I want to do something like, say, the save theme on the main menu button is all the way up there, right? If I want to do something like this, I'm going to have these green lines everywhere. And most importantly, I won't be able to do this, like hook it up to here, when there's buttons outside of here that also need that sound. There's another way we can do this, and I just realized that. And that is to do like so. And then what we want is a custom event. Because events are cool. And we want to trigger a custom event. Let me actually expand that one, because now we do need some space for that. And then a custom event block. How does this work? Well, you write a string and say like just figuring out a name. Play button highlight sound. That is the custom event that I just set up, all right? And we feed it into here. Make that a little bit cleaner, nicer looking. This is all the code that we need to play the sound for the highlight event. And then what we can do is that instead of having like all these nodes be connected across the whole thing, we instead feed it into this custom event instead. Don't worry about this. We're going to clean it up nice and tidy. Let's just move this down for now. But basically, we're just calling these on pointer enters things and then sending a event towards this game object. And then wherever there is a custom event that listens for that event call, or whatever you want to call it, trigger, etc., like it's gonna run some code. So we can take this and put this block anywhere, really. And what if we say super unit here? And then do, what do we want to call this? This is where the actual event is. We don't even need an input and output because this is completely like disconnected from everywhere. Trying to remember where you set the name of these things. There we go, okay. So what do we call this? We call this UI sound events or something like that. Because then I can take this, copy and paste the whole bloody thing, change the custom event here to be a button click sound, and then we will need a button click sound event instead of the highlight event. Don't really need the null check, but we can keep it, I guess, and just replace that. So that's all the code that we need. That's all the code that's being run here. Just post the event whenever you do these interactions. And now all we got to do is wherever we want to play those sounds, we just call these events basically. So in say with load, that's whenever we're hovering over these buttons, right? And then we also have the click sounds, which we also want to call in here. So when we press that button, because we do already have an event here, right? That checks for that button being pressed. Then we just play the sound. And before, you know, implementing it everywhere else, let's just see if it works. But yeah, this saves me a lot of hassle of having to like centralize all the sounds. Then I can just send like the events instead. Events are cool. And I can click load as many times as I want because I don't have a save game. That works. Obviously only for the load and save buttons, which the save button only is currently present when we're in game. If we go, that's the save button. Now we just need to add it to all the buttons and all the places. No biggie. Nice. Nice. We got sound. This also saves me from copy and pasting the actual functional code anywhere else that I need to call this event. And if I ever need to call this event from outside the idle clicker, I could technically just make a reference to the idle clicker on there and then just call the event that way too, and just plug it into this instead of it being self. Fairly straightforward. Do I want these with the, yeah, let's also do that with this load button and the other save button. The reason why I'm a little bit hesitant on that at first is because those are technically debugging buttons that I'm not entirely sure if even are going to stay in game, because they're there in the main UI when you're playing the game, and that means that if you accidentally click the load button, you're just like, there's no confirmation menu or anything at the moment, so you're just like immediately loading your last save. So if you didn't save for like 3 hours of game time, too bad, I guess. Because there's no autosave either. And you only have one save slot amongst other things. Oh, right. I didn't think about that. Hold on, I can't just do this. Well, I can, but then I have to like Okay. Right now the buttons aren't functional. I forgot. I can't just hook it up. I need to have either a sequence of actions or oh, that's actually true. I can actually do this. There we go. Just so that we can split up the flow temporarily. Actually, I don't even need that. I can just integrate this directly instead of doing the sequence. I really hope that I haven't forgotten something important here. They both have the same, like the button click sounds and highlights are all going to be universal anyway. Heck, I could even like pull this one down and just pull the same event here. Of course, that means that if I ever want to change it so that... Wait, what? I think I just deleted the wrong thing. God damn it. There. Yeah, it does mean that I'm not able to have like separate button UI click sounds, but the thing is, when it comes to Wwise and license and stuff, you have like a limited amount of sounds you can have in your project. So for the time being, I don't really want to have, you know, 5 different UI click sounds. So it's fine. This works for the scope of the project. I do think they just feed directly into these bool checks here, though. I hope I didn't fuck that up. Otherwise, I can always rewatch my stream and check out an earlier stage of this. All right. So we want the click and the highlight sounds on the other buttons. Now, where are the other buttons? That's a good question now, isn't it? I guess we can start with the new game button, because that one is right here. So here we want to do a click sound. We're clicking on the button. And then I need the highlight thing. I need that. And you go in there. Gotta tell you though, it feels good that there's finally some sound in the game. Because it's gone like... It's been like so long without having any sound in here that it just feels more responsive, you know? Like more... It's actually like stuff is actually happening when you click on things and you get that audio feedback, you know? Those are technically UI buttons. I'll leave those for now. They might need a separate audio button. Hover audio, whatever. And Exit game. What do we have in here? That's just the exit game button. Very, very basic. Still needs to play the sounds though. By the way, Toto, if you're still here, I talked with Peak yesterday and asked him if the Starbound server that we were having was still running, and he checked it, and sure enough, it was. And since nothing has changed, like it's continuously, you know, updating itself once every 6 hours, and it's just been doing that for almost a year straight now, and it's still running. Heck, he could even load in with his save and everything was as he left it. From like over a good well over half a year ago. So there's technically a Starbound server there that's just up and running already. Just been playing other games, so I haven't personally been like looking into it, but it is there. Even load, cursor switching, movable objects. What else do I have in terms of UI? Because there's a play, the start new game, load game, save game, exit game. And of course there's the options menu, which currently doesn't do anything. So there's no code to actually even check whether or not the button is being pressed to begin with or hovered across. But for the three buttons that are there, they work. I wonder what happens if I press exit if it What? I guess it can't quit the application because it's in like test mode. But hey, that works. Cool. Also need like a... There's more UI sounds I need, of course. Trying to think. Yeah. Let's try and go into a new game real quick and just make a little bit of a status report of what's still needed. Yeah, those buttons and that still need something. Okay, let's just get that out there. There we go. Harvesting resources has... I don't have anything when clicking on these or interacting with all these complete buttons and stuff. So all the interactable quests need buttons. And I need this thing up here, this sliding in and out, needs like some kind of sound. You can probably use the same sound and just change the pitch and do some clever Y stuff to reuse the same sound. The return to game button. Where's that? Is that also in the idle clicker? Because I do not know. Exit game, save and load, UI sounds, cursor switching. Right, so that button doesn't have anything in here and no reference, because all it does is it sets the main menu UI to be disabled. That's literally all it does. So clicking this thing enables it, and then clicking the return to game button disables it. That's how you transfer between the two menus. Okay, well that means that I need to set up references to that for it to work. How does this thing work again? I have a feeling that that also does the same. I think it's this button here. Yeah, we've got a button in here. Yeah, it just sets things to be active and inactive. Well that means that I also need a reference to the main menu button on the idle clicker, which doesn't exist. Oh yeah, these load and save buttons work. And then there's a tutorial thing here, or the welcome message, which doesn't have one either. Even though these are clearly like templates, placeholder stuff. I've also got these buttons over here, which I need some kind of interaction for. This up here is technically also a button. There's like a lot of UI elements that can be expanded and collapsed. Thanks to the lurk, Toto. Actually, although I'm saying thanks to the lurk, you didn't really need to do that, because I actually need to get off stream as well. Because it's getting towards, like, it's already past the time where I usually would start making dinner, and I need to get that so that I can survive, because I'm hungry. And I also think this is a pretty good place to stop for today. Then tomorrow would be working on those things, so that's kind of where we are with that. Get this here or there. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have for you today. Made not as much progress as I would have wanted to, given the tribulations and difficulties I had to face today. But I got something working, and that's always good. Progress is always nice. So, yeah, tomorrow is the plan to do it again. Stream around the same time until around the same time. Basically, it's like the same time frame which I'm normally streaming at, but the potential is there for me to start earlier. It depends on what things I need to get done in the morning, pretty much. I mean, today I had to like set up that scene transition thing, which ended up taking a few hours extra. So it's possible that I start the stream tomorrow earlier. But yeah, end time's always going to be the same. Yeah, Toto. Oh, hey, Domitius. Oh, I actually thought you were... No, don't worry. Don't worry. I'll try and... like, the plan is to make these streams more consistent, so that every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are going to be game development streams. Fridays and Saturdays are going to be gameplay streams. At least that's what I want to do. Fridays might be one of those days where I might have to dip into game development as well if I want to finish this game, and you know, in a reasonable time frame. It all depends on so many aspects. But you know, I don't want my channel to only become game development moving forward, but do have to sort of, you know, set time aside for it, otherwise it never happens. Also, again, if I need to spend literally hours watching tutorial videos, I will not be streaming that, because you guys will be bored to death and just watching my frustration, is my assumption anyways. But whenever I've got stuff like this more figured out, I'm more personally like content streaming it. Like I feel more confident as well. So anyways, thanks Dodo for being here. Thanks for dropping by real quick, Dimidius. And I hope I'll maybe catch you tomorrow. We'll just have to see. Anyways, I haven't actually thought about rating someone today now that I think about it. It's been a while since I've streamed during a weekday. Let's see, Camilla, she's playing Nintendo Switch Sports. Oh dear God. Tumbles is playing Rogue Legacy. I don't know. Maybe we should just make it a quiet stream end in the weekdays. Because rating on these days would be a bit much, maybe. Yeah, I think that's just what we're going to start out with, and then we can see when I get more into a rhythm how we do. Anyways, that's it for today. Thanks for dropping by, everyone who's here now and who dropped by earlier, and I'll hopefully see you tomorrow or sometime later this week. Again, I won't be streaming in this weekend because I will not be home. So at the very least, then I would see you sometime next week. Anyways, thanks for today and see you all next time. Bye bye.